for finding the finance for my PhD study. You have solved that severe financial issues by extending my scholarship and also inviting my family to the Netherlands, sponsoring the accommodation and all other facilities required for my family. Madam, thank you so much for your great contribution. If such contribution was not there, there is no doubt that almost all my contribution, what I am doing at present for tourism education, wouldn't have been seen here. As rightly mentioned, the topic of my thesis, sustainable tourism development. You made me a human product to serve for the knowledge expansion for tourism development in Sri Lanka. This must be a real and great example for sustainable tourism development. Secondly, and most importantly, our Vice Chancellor, Madam, as a great guest of honor, Senior Professor Chandrika and Vijayaratna, Madam, thank you very much for accepting our sincere gratitude, accepting our invitations. Please accept our sincere gratitude for your continuous and inspiring support given to us to organize all these events under your great leadership. It is so valuable and so encouraging for us. Senior Professor Ananda Madavaru, Dean of the Faculty of Arts, Senior Professor Sirimala Veratna, the head of the Department of Economics. Thank you very much, sirs. Your support and great help made this event is a great success. Dear panel members, eminent professors, and most outstanding researchers coming from different countries, most part of the world, you are making this great event. You are making this International Tourism Research and Research Conference a great success in this year. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation and great contribution for making this event. All other contributors for this event, more specifically three pillars of this great event, Professor Mubarak, Mr. Sampas, Ms. Pratibani, thank you very much for your untiring and great commitment to make this event success. Dear students and alumni members, you have done a great contributions. Please accept my sincere gratefulness for your work. In my opening remark, I wish to note that this year, UNWTO World Tourism Day is celebrated under the themes of tourism for inclusive growth. It is obvious fact and known fact that the COVID-19 pandemic has made an unprecedented and devastating disaster for tourism development all over the world. No doubt that recovery of tourism industry will create impressive growth and prosperity, but we must ensure that nobody is left behind. This growth prosperity, we must get the fundamental rights. At present, tourism industry has become more competitive and challenging and churning industry ever than before. Evidence-based research finding and accurate forecasting, outcome-based training and education have become the most important input for post-COVID tourism development. Therefore, the success of the recovery growth of tourism industry with its prosperity and sustainability will be mainly determined through the creative decision-making, innovative management, effective marketing, and responsible leadership. This can be achieved only through the professional excellence of the industry, employees, and their analytical decision-making power. Therefore, the major objective of organizing 7th International Tourism Research Conference in year 2021 is to create an evidence-based research knowledge driven for policy platform to discuss and prioritize the expected targets, goals, and relevant strategies of tourism industry while ensuring the sustainability and fair distribution of the benefit of the recovery growth of the industry. Herewith, again, extend our sincere thankfulness to keynote speaker Professor Heidi Dals, guest of honor Senior Professor Chandrika and Vijayaratna, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Colombo. Invite our panel members and guest speakers to ITRC 2021, Senior Professor Lasantha Manamalu, Dean of the Faculty of Arts, University of Colombo, Senior Professor Sirimala Veratna, the Head of the Department of Economics, University of Colombo, all participants. I wish you all a very productive and very useful ITRC International Tourism Research Conference in year 2021. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Professor Suranga De Silva. I take this moment to thank you for your leadership, support, and the guidance. Without you, this event won't be a success. Then I would like to invite the Senior Professor, Dr. Chandrika N. Vijayaratna, the Vice Chancellor of University of Colombo, to deliver her speech. Dear Professor, over to you.
Thank you. A very good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to all of you from all parts of the world. Respected keynote speaker and the supervisor of our main organizer, Professor Suranga De Silva, Dean of the Faculty of Arts, Head of Department of the Faculty of the Department of Economics, as well as the former head, Reverend Professor Vimalaratna, all the heads and all the respected members of our faculty, as well as those who have joined as plenary and keynote speakers, the conference organizers, research students, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you all for inviting me, and I bring you the warmest greetings from our university. And I well know that you celebrated the World Tourism Day a couple of weeks ago. So I'm deeply humbled to be a part of this 7th consecutive international conference, 3rd successive in my participation, and I am truly honored to be with you, although on a virtual mode. So I know that we have had very difficult times where we have had to face issues in terms of human survival and sustenance, to also dealing with this tiny virus SARS-CoV-2, which kept playing a hide and seek game with all of us ever since March 2020, as far as Sri Lanka went. And I have witnessed with the greatest humility the resilience and coping skills of 35,000 strong population of staff and students of our own university community, to which many of you belong. So we had our highs and lows, but I cannot overlook the huge dent borne by the tourism industry in Sri Lanka in terms of basic survival to zero or even negative development and growth. And I truly empathize with the entire sector and call on all parties to support towards a meaningful and safe recovery. In the absence of any overt social protection schemes for the multitude of groups of Sri Lankans who have depended almost solely on tourism, both domestic and international, the hopes and aspirations of many families fully dependent on the tourism sector, who contributed to society over the past years a far greater percentage of the foreign revenue than even agriculture, which is traditionally our main source, they are yet simply to be supported. I'm certain that many such families who have not been able to pay off their housing and educational loans and debts, while they have not been afforded the protection akin to that of a 16% strong public sector to which I belong. So I make special mention of this to encourage our policymakers and planners to enable alternative revenue planning in parallel with welfare and our insurance schemes for the special sector of the tourist trade, just in case this has been overlooked. Having expressed these sentiments as a citizen of Sri Lanka, I would like now to seek your considered attention on some thoughts expressed as the incumbent academic and administrative lead of our university. And I congratulate the Department of Economics of our faculty on 2 counts. You have celebrated 100 years, and I truly salute you for your astute commitment to provide a sound educational foundation to the professional field of tourism and hospitality, despite the near total shutdown of the industry. You have survived, coped, and are likely to recover. And I feel the time is now appropriate to take stock of the entire landscape of tourism. And I'm certain that over the next 3 to 5 years, you will need to focus on recovery, regain, and reorganization of this field of tourism, travel and hospitality sectors, and trade of Sri Lanka and the South Asian region. And I hope that you can highlight this in parallel with our higher educational sectors to undergo the major transformation through digitization and a serious look at future employability of our graduates. Learning and working from home has now become a new norm. And this has brought on unparalleled transformation of our institutional practices, from ICT infrastructure development, rather than spatial expansion, to digital literacy, institutionalization such practices such as ERP for human resource management, alternative career guidance, motivation, training, planning, saving on electricity and the transport costs, being environmentally friendly through paperless processes, lower carbon dioxide emission, water conservation, to mention a few. So on these lines, I would like to highlight that the educational sector has survived through digital virtual global connectivity, while in conducting sizable number of symposia, even like this, and conferences and workshops. So in fact, our centenary celebrations of this very Faculty of Arts, along with Science and Library, were essentially on the virtual mode and have been so throughout this year. With Nobel laureates and high-end speakers like your good selves addressing our university on more frequent notes from all corners of the planet. So my question to you is, would we ever get back to where we were in 2019 in sectors like travel, learning, and future careers and expectations? Have we effectively addressed these on academic programs, and where the need for food security, equitable access to health and safety, ranging from vaccinations to coping and managing diseases other than COVID-19, issues of gender and social justice, poverty alleviation, social protection, climate change, environmental science, to mention a few, are of overriding and paramount importance. So I do not want to be the fetter between the much awaited keynote speech. And I thank you all for joining in. And I really look forward to a scholarly relook at all the indicators, targets, and deliverables as addressed in the Sustainable Development Goals. So thank you very much. Let me wish you all the very best in all your deliberations and discussions. And I look forward to very impactful multidisciplinary research being presented as well as rearranged in the coming years. Thank you so much and have a great time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased and honored to introduce the next eminent speaker of International Tourism Research Conference ITRC 2021. Please welcome Senior Professor Dr. Lasantha Manavadu, Dean, Faculty of Arts, University of Colombo. Over to you, sir.
Right. I hope you all can hear me. Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, right. Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. The Vice Chancellor, University of Colombo, Senior Professor Chandrika and Vijayaratna, Head of the Department of Economics, Senior Professor Sirumala Beratna, Professor Suranga Silva, Conference Chair, professors, senior professors, heads of the departments of my faculty and the university, and also distinguished guests, panel members, and members of the organizing committee, and more importantly, the presenters today. I know we have received a large number of, I came to know that we have received a large number of abstracts and presentations today that they are going to present maybe very soon. Yes, it's my great pleasure to address this gathering. And first and foremost, I would like to congratulate to the Department of Economics, University of Colombo, and the organizing committee of this international level conference on tourism. Actually, ITRC 2021, that is the International Tourism Research Conference 2021, is the conference organized by the Department of Economics with assistance and the collaboration of several other associations and organizations, with organizations such as, I'm not exactly sure, the students of the tourism study program and the alumni association of the tourism, economics and hospitality management, and the Department of Economics. Maybe few organizations, the Alumni Association and the post of the existing course and the Department of Economics. And the Department of Economics, I know that's the very, very strong department in my faculty. And they have organized with the assistance of other organizations. This is not the first time. Actually, this is the 7th consecutive international conference organized by the Department of Economics with the others. And I know, as Vice Chancellor said, under very difficult time. Anyway, however, I believe this can be considered as one of the, this conference can be considered as one of the very important international tourism research conference in Sri Lanka. Yes, as we all know, tourism and a leisure industry is the biggest and largest foreign exchange earner in Sri Lanka, Sri Lankan economy. The government of Sri Lanka has positioned tourism as a central pillar of a country economy, valuating Sri Lanka the exceptional island-wide natural and cultural legacies. Sri Lanka earned, yeah, that was the question Vice Chancellor raised. Sri Lanka earned $4.4 billion from tourism in 2018. The Vice Chancellor's question was whether we can reach to that point maybe in next 2-3 years. And it's a remarkable achievement when compared with the 2017 earnings. 2017 earning was $3.9 billion according to the SLTDA. But as we all know, during the last 2 years, the tourism sector faced much difficulties, not only the tourism sector, even for academics, due to the COVID-19 pandemic situation. National and international level travel restrictions, internal lockdown and curfew imposing were some of the barriers, the constraints for the tourism industry, I believe. Yeah, anyway, I believe in the near future, we can reactivate or rebuild this industry in a better way. So therefore, in the first step, what we have to do, what we have to look at, we have to restore the traveler confidence. As an academic institute, being the pioneer of the teaching and learning in the field of tourism, I have to mention Professor Suranga's name here again. Being the pioneers of the field of this industry, of the tourism industry, especially the Department of Economics, has to play a vital role in association with the industry and the other organizations. Especially what the university can do, produce some professionals, the qualified human resources for all the sectors in the tourism industry. I know that the Department of Economics has that capacity. I know they have enough good trained staff, and they are well capable, and they can share their knowledge, and they can contribute to the industry. And I think therefore what we have to do, we have to link the university academics with the industry. I think that the Professor Suranga is doing right now. The department is, I really know, because we offer different, the full range of courses related to tourism, from starting from a certificate course to the PhD level programs. With these a few words, let me wind up my speech and congratulate to the Department of Economics and the other organizations. Especially, let me congratulate our key figure here, Professor Suranga, and the organizing committee. I wish you all a very very productive, and academically very sounding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor. Your words meant so much, and inspired us Thank you for your support and guidance given to success in ITRC 2021. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm taking you all towards the next speech on ITRC 2021 agenda. Please let me introduce Senior Professor Dr. Sirimal Aberatna, Head, Department of Economics, University of Colombo. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Because of the technical issues, and I am in the midst of a little confusion. I hope everything is all right now, and thank you for the invitation extended to me. Is that all right?
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the invitation to speak few words here at the 7th International Tourism Conference as the head of the Department of Economics. Our keynote speaker, Professor Heidi Dallas, Vice Chancellor, Professor Chandrika Vijayaratna, Dean of the Faculty, Professor Lasantha Manavadu, Conference Chair, Professor Suranga Silva, and your team, including academic staff, visiting staff, alumni, and the students, all our distinguished participants, panelists from overseas. There's a long list of names I'm not going to read out, and local participants. On behalf of the Department of Economics, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, few words within few minutes. I can't explain it, what I want to say, but this COVID pandemic issue has put us in a difficult situations, and we all are meeting today virtually for the second consecutive year. Last year also, I remember we had this virtual, but at least for the next year, I hope that we can see all of you on site, physically meeting for this conference in 2022. In fact, given this difficult situation for the economy also, the government is looking for, in the immediate future, the recovery coming from the tourism industry as one of the main pillars of this economy, supporting the recovery and also enabling the government to deal with the immediate difficulties that Sri Lanka is at the moment facing with. Even in the medium term, I believe that the government and our policymakers, they are looking at tourism industry, tourism and hospitality industry. Even in the longer term, our focus has been placed, among other things, also on tourism and hospitality industry. Why it is so important, this sector, this particular sector in the short run, in the medium run, as well as in the long run, because of the comparative advantage that we are holding in terms of this particular industry, tourism sector, including its hospitality industry. So that's so vital for the Sri Lankan economy. And that's why I said that even when you have this conference next year, we are looking forward to welcome you to this country. Looking forward to welcome you to University of Colombo and to have this conference physically, face to face, and share our experience, and also allowing you to experience that what the comparative advantage that Sri Lanka is having in this particular area. But I must say that although we have these opportunities, there are challenges also. What are the challenges? And obviously, over the last 10 years or so, the tourism sector has been rising so rapidly, but there were a couple of challenges that it had to face even before the COVID pandemic, because it is a particular industry that is highly sensitive to global security situation as well as health conditions. Therefore, unlike in many other industries that support our economy, for that matter, anywhere in the world, for any economy, tourism sector is highly sensitive to various challenges that might emerge, unforeseen circumstances. Apart from that, but it is also, we have seen in this country, it is highly resilient to all these challenges, and immediately it has come up by overcoming the challenges. That is the reason why in the short run as well as in the long run, in all respects, we are looking at the tourism sector. However, given the future developments in this sector, we are also having looking at the medium term as well as long term requirements of the industry. There are other areas also that we require improvements. The accommodation sector needs to expand. The infrastructure has to be in place to accommodate millions visiting this country. At the same time, we also need human resources, develop human resources to cater this industry. Academic and professional excellence, that is the theme of, that is the motto of our programs in tourism economics and hospitality and hotel industry that we are managing in the Department of Economics under the stewardship of Professor Suranga Silva. And we have made innovative changes to commence these programs and to take those programs to the heights in this country so that we can also be part of the growing industry to take it to improve its competitive vigor in the world economy. So congratulations to Professor Suranga and your team and your students too who are participating in this great endeavor. And this tourism research conference, the annual conference, will be a milestone. It has already become a milestone in this entire process. So that I want to congratulate you. I want to congratulate all the participants and all those participants who are presenting their research outputs and witnessing this research conference, though it is in this year too, it is virtual conference. We are expecting to welcome you and to see you and to interact with you very soon physically. And next year onward, at least, hopefully, we will be able to have it as a physical within our Department of Economics, and welcoming you all and to have it physically in this year, next year onwards. So that I would like to end by congratulating you and wishing you a productive and pleasant conference together with our participants. Though we have some degree of regret that you don't have that much time for interaction. But hopefully we will build upon this network. Wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Professor, I take a moment to express our sincere gratitude for your continuous contribution with ITRC. Thank you.
Now I would like to invite Senior Professor Dr. Heidi Dals, the Adjunct Professor, School of Social Sciences, University of Tasmania, Hobart, Australia, Adjunct Professor at Griffith Institute of Tourism, Griffith University, Gold Coast, Australia, and she was the outstanding supervisor of Professor Dr. Suranga Silva in his doctoral studies. Professor, over to you.
Thank you very much for this very kind introduction. I would like to thank the organizing committee and the University of Colombo for inviting me to deliver this keynote at the 7th International Tourism Research Conference. I feel most honored. A special word of appreciation to Professor Suranga Silva. Suranga, it makes me proud, more than words can express, to see your continued great contribution to the field of tourism and tourism in Sri Lanka in particular. Distinguished speakers, presenters, and participants, dear colleagues and students. The COVID-19 pandemic has created unprecedented challenges for tourism throughout the world, and it seems to fundamentally upset travel as we've known it for the foreseeable future. Notwithstanding all the hardship the pandemic crisis has brought to the tourism sector, it also offers an exceptional opportunity to pause and rethink future strategies for tourism development. Now is the time to reset our priorities in tourism research, policy plans, and development strategies. This conference, with its focus on resilience building and entrepreneurial innovation for sustainable tourism, is therefore most timely. And I would like to take this opportunity to make a few comments and share some observations regarding the key concepts guiding this meeting. My talk is deliberately provocative, and many of you will wholeheartedly disagree with me. Well, this is exactly my intention, as I wish to push scholarly debate and thereby help defining future research and policy agendas. Tourism scholars have been collecting information about the impact of the pandemic for some time now, and we can see the first analyses and prognoses being published. It does not come as a surprise that the focus is on the challenges faced across the sector. But there is also a sense of emerging opportunities, new beginnings, and innovation. Among the coping strategies adopted by host societies, we find livelihood diversification and a shift to domestic markets. A photo essay recently published in The Guardian portraying the island of Bali without tourists has gone around the world. We see deserted streets, empty beaches, abandoned facilities overgrown with tropical vegetation, closed bars and restaurants, buildings in decay. The images convey the message that Bali is dying without tourism. But these images fail to show the other side of the story, namely the buzz of a thriving domestic tourism that has emerged on the island. On Komodo Island, another popular tourism destination in Indonesia, local people who 2 decades ago have cheerfully embraced tourism now have come to revitalize their traditional livelihood strategies of fishing and gathering marine resources. Harvesting sea cucumber in shallow waters seems to be quite lucrative under current conditions. In Cambodia, in the early stages of the pandemic, before the whole country entered into a lockdown, Cambodians were euphoric about having their key attractions to themselves again, key attractions such as Angkor Wat. The famous temple complex has deep spiritual and cultural meanings to Khmer people, but it is commonly swarming with foreign tourists and almost inaccessible to locals. Domestic tourism all but compensated Cambodian local tourism operators for the losses suffered by the international travel freeze, for a while at least. These few examples, some of come from my own research, may offer the first contours of a transformed post-pandemic tourism landscape. The global pandemic has reshaped, but also sharpened, many of the critical issues that tourism scholars and practitioners have been struggling with for decades. As more and more voices demand the degrowth strategy for future tourism development, I would like to propose a smart growth strategy instead. I will outline the contribution of alternative forms of tourism entrepreneurship, in particular social entrepreneurship, for a more inclusive and environmentally sensitive tourism development, helping host societies build resilience. Before I do so, let me first raise the question whether our conceptual tools are adequate for the post-pandemic world. In particular, I would like to focus on the concept of sustainable tourism. Let me start with questioning the adequacy of this concept for a post-pandemic tourism strategy. If anything, the complete shutdown of international travel has shown that tourism is not sustainable at all. We should have known this, as there are myriad precedents when one single natural disaster or one single act of terrorism caused tourism travel to plummet and shut down a regional or national tourism industry for months and even for years. Of course, questioning the validity of the concept of sustainable tourism is not new. Tourism scholars have advanced substantial criticism for at least 2 decades now. Derived from the Brundtland report, Our Common Future, published in 1987, and after 35 years of debate, there is only a weak consensus about the principles, goals, and guidelines of sustainable tourism. This lack of agreement and clarity has not prevented sustainability issues to enter the public debate and prompt some high-profile initiatives. For example, the creation of numerous certification schemes, the development of sustainability indicators, the establishment of bodies such as the Global Sustainable Tourism Council, the alignment of tourism with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and numerous projects around the world that apply principles of sustainable development with the best of intentions. This success should not distract from the fact that the concept of sustainable tourism has been widely misrepresented and abused for individual and corporate benefits and financial profit, known by the term of greenwashing. It is still unclear what sustainable tourism actually means. It has become a trope and is used as a shorthand, commonly replacing the mouthful of words of sustainable development through tourism. Basically, in academic writing and teaching, in tourism policy and practice, the concept has shifted meaning to making tourism sustainable. Those who wish to read in this idea a pathway to tourism becoming a durable, robust, and reliable source of income and livelihood strategy for host societies will be disappointed, though. Making tourism sustainable implies nothing but continuous growth. Growth of tourist arrivals, growth of tourist spending, rising profits for the industry, and contributions to GDP. The concept of sustainable tourism evolved alongside its parent paradigm of sustainable development, short for economic development that is conducted without depletion of natural resources. However, some scholars and analysts have coined the concept of sustainable growth, a concept that has met with ardent rejection for promoting an intrinsically anthropocentric approach to sustainability. A former World Bank economist, known by the name of Herman Daly, argues that the term sustainable growth should be rejected as a bad oxymoron. There is little evidence that tourism is transforming towards more sustainable approaches in tourism production and consumption. The industry's thirst for convenient and comfortable access to pristine and exotic locations is unquenchable. Ironically, in a formidable act of greenwashing, the ongoing infringement on such spaces is often marketed in terms of ecotourism or nature-based tourism. But we also know that tourism growth drives irreversible impacts on ecosystems, habitat loss, and environmental degradation on the one hand, and dispossession and displacement of local people on the other. In response to consumer tastes and demand for cheap flights, affordable accommodation, and unique tourism experiences, the global tourism industry embraces low price strategies and short-term competitive advantages without caring for a long-term and balanced tourism development in destinations. When tourism destinations are exhausted and lose their attraction, new destinations enter the market. The growth fetishism that is persistently present in the sustainable tourism discourse is meeting with more and more resistance. Hence, voices are being raised calling for the degrowth of tourism. There is an urgent need to reduce global levels of tourism consumption. The question then is how to accomplish this. So is it a viable option to expect the individual consumer to reduce their consumption of tourism to sustainable levels? Above and beyond the question as to what a sustainable level is, everything we know about consumer behavior suggests that voluntary reduction in the consumption of travel and tourism are unlikely to occur. On a number of social media platforms, sorry, somebody is really trying to talk to me here. Sorry, that was Suranga. On a number of social media platforms, I noticed some tourism professionals claiming that vacation travel is a human right, and many tourism scholars pressed the like button. I would have a lot to say about this, but this is not the place to do so. For the near future, my crystal ball is telling that when borders reopen and international flights are resumed, we can expect an unparalleled boom in travel and holiday bookings. And tourism destinations, most tourism destinations, will suffer not from the lack of visitors, but from over-tourism. So maybe Sri Lanka might prepare for this. The only way of achieving degrowth in tourism consumption is through restraining the production of travel and tourism. But we also know that the responsibility of the global tourism industry for destinations is lacking unless restrained by government regulations. Where government institutions are absent, weak, or unwilling to enforce such regulations, as they usually do, opportunity spaces emerge for new approaches to doing business in tourism. Instead of waiting for regulations to be put in place, we should explore opportunities for transformation and innovation in the industry. One way of transforming tourism production is through advancing social entrepreneurship. Social entrepreneurship is not biased against growth. It offers pathways to smart growth. That means growing impact instead of increasing only the financial profit. Let me explain a little bit. The defining characteristic of a social enterprise is the dual mission of financial viability on the one hand and social purpose on the other. Hence, the widely shared definition that a social enterprise applies commercial strategies to create social value. The quest for financial viability obeys the logic of the market, whereas social objectives aim to meet the needs of communities and advance social change. Social enterprises embrace growth, but this growth is aimed at creating and sustaining and growing social value through continuous innovation and learning. Turning to the tourism sector, recent research shows that there is rapid growth in social enterprises, in particular in low and middle income countries where tourism is a key economic sector. It is assumed that, due to their hybrid character, social enterprises are particularly well equipped and effectively mobilize financial resources and ensure the cooperation of multiple stakeholders. As social enterprises favor tourisms where consideration for the economic, social, and environmental impact prevails, such as community-based tourism, nature-based tourism, ecotourism, inclusive tourism, regenerative tourism, they are committed to create value for host societies and contribute to regional development without jeopardizing the environment. And yes, many of such enterprises explicitly mention sustainable development among their objectives. A key dimension of the social value created by social enterprises is framed in terms of social innovation. The role of social entrepreneurs as tourism leaders may entail processes of learning with the market in order to be able to address market failures and create new social entrepreneurial opportunities. Social entrepreneurs are particularly motivated to adopt business models, to offer creative solutions to complex and persistent social problems. In so doing, social entrepreneurs in the tourism industry may emerge as leaders introducing alternative practices and initiating new patterns of tourism consumption that in the end may indeed help the good cause of sustainable development through tourism. For the global corporate sector, the big tourism companies, an excellent opportunity for innovation presents itself here. A meaningful way of practicing corporate social responsibility beyond the rhetoric is to support social enterprise startups by small businesses or young entrepreneurs. Not only does the corporate sector have a responsibility in this respect, but also do they hold a significant stake in advancing alternative, smarter approaches. To wrap up, I would like to outline the contours of a future research agenda for post-pandemic tourism scholarship. Here are my initial thoughts. Social entrepreneurship in tourism is on the rise, and so is the scholarly interest in what motivates social ventures. It will not come as a surprise that I conclude my address with calling for more research on tourism social entrepreneurship, in particular as an innovative post-pandemic business strategy. Research questions may revolve around the contributions of social enterprises to livelihood diversification, a process, as I said earlier, that is currently underway in many tourism-dependent communities to compensate for the loss of their principal source of income. Scholars may investigate creative initiatives undertaken by local people and former tourism sector workers returning to rural homelands, for example. And these former tourism workers had prior exposure to tourism that may give them a competitive advantage in fashioning new domestic tourism ventures in rural areas, or cater to international tourists in the future. We may all agree that the corporate sector have a responsibility in giving a leg up to starting social enterprises, for example, by engaging in the training of local people and creating innovation hubs where new ideas can thrive. Our academic research can support the corporate sector in such undertakings. By probing into the innovative capacity of social enterprises and by studying good practice, we can show how social ventures can resonate with and contribute to their business interests. And in the end, the tourism industry as a whole might benefit from unlocking the socially innovative energy and the transformational potential of social enterprises. And we as researchers, as scholars, have a role to play in pushing this agenda. And finally, in all our future research ventures, let us refrain from using the concept of sustainable tourism in an idle, thoughtless, or casual manner. Let us refrain from greenwashing our research for the sake of personal benefits, such as research funding or promotions on the job. And most of all, let us live up to our mission of tourism scholarship, open-minded and critical, collaborative in our ventures, and never the mouthpiece of particular political interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor, for those insightful words. And I would like to remind our participants that this conference is airing simultaneously in Facebook as well as in YouTube. So now the spotlight falls on a small video presentation of the journey of the International Tourism Research Conference. Thank you. Next, we will be moving to our technical sessions. Before that, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Mubarak Khaldeen, the co-chair, the International Tourism Research Conference, to do the opening remarks. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you. Very good afternoon to you all. The 7th International Tourism Research Conference 2021 is a special event of this year with the participation of senior academics, research scholars, and industry practitioners across the globe. We were able to schedule this research conference covering 4 technical sessions. Session 1 is Resilience Building and Entrepreneurial Innovation for Sustainable Tourism. And Session 2 is parallel session for international research paper presentations, a way forward for sustainable tourism. Session 3, Tourism for Inclusive Growth and Development. And Session 4 is an evidence-based research discussion lessons learned from global best practices. Further, we have received more than 100 research papers this year across the world. We are proud to say that the ITRC publishes 4 different research publications today. 1, ITRC 2021 Book of Abstracts, the proceeding of this conference. 2, the Journal of Tourism Economics and Applied Research, the 5th edition. 3rd, an edited book titled Sustainable Tourism Development, a Strategic Promotion and Best Practices. And 4th is another edited book on corporate sustainability and social responsibility and entrepreneurial approach of Sri Lankan tourism. I would like to thank the editors of these publications, Professor Suranga Silva, Mr. Sampath Siriwardana, and Ms. Pratibani Bandusena. And I thank for all the authors and contributors for these publications. Furthermore, we're proud to say that as an organizing team of ITLS and ITRC 2021, under the guidance of Professor Suranga Silva, the chair of ITRC, we were able to create this knowledge platform with the immense support of our joint secretaries, Mr. Sampath Siriwardana and Ms. Pratibani Bandusena. I sincerely extend my gratitude to panel chairs and panelists, and I congratulate all the presenters, and I hope all the participants will have a great and resourceful day. Best wishes to you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. Next, we will be about to begin our technical sessions. This is to inform you that we will be parallelly having 2 events, 2 technical sessions at the same time. I would like to invite who will be presenting and also the panelists to move to our next link that we have provided. Technical session 2, you can see that link on our chat box as well. Meantime, I would like to mention their names as well. So the panel chair will be Professor Dr. Reverend Vemalaratna, Professor Dr. Muhammad Aslam, Professor Dr. Nalin Abesekara, Dr. Shamini Pereira, Dr. Janith Abegunavsekara, Dr. A.M.C.P. Atapattu, Dr. Sashini Ulatunga, and Dr. Nalin Gunasekara. Please use that link that we have already shared with you to go for the technical session 2. Others can remain in the same link, so where we have the session 1. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear all. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the technical session 1 of 7th International Tourism Research Conference organized by Department of Economics, Faculty of Arts, University of Colombo. I'm very glad to acknowledge the participants and the delegates who are joining with us today. I want to express my appreciation to the organizers for focusing on tourism as an effective tool in resilience building for the sustainable development. This bears a testimony to the changing paradigms in the tourism industry. Tourism used to be characterized by an emphasis on leisure and service to attract the customers. While that emphasis is essential to the industry, increasingly, tourism is expanding its horizons to serve as an engine for advancing sustainable development across the sectors and across the world. We wholeheartedly welcome this transformation. The most wonderful thing about ITRC 2021 is the international perspective our members bring to these discussions. The conference theme is resilience building and entrepreneurial innovation for sustainable tourism. With that, we are now starting technical session 1. panel chaired by Professor Dr. Stephen Pratt, Head of School of Tourism and Hospitality Management, the University of South Pacific. With the penalties, Professor Dr. Keir Reeves, Director of the Future Regions Research Sector, Federation University Australia, and Life Fellow, Clare Hall, Cambridge, Australia. The Professor Dr. Mi-Hye Cho, Sejong University, Korea, Professor Dr. Sandeep Kulshestra, former Director, IITTM India, Dr. Kulte Adilova, Deputy Director, International University of Tourism and Hospitality, Kazakhstan. Our first presenter for the day is Mr. Shahid Khan, Madurai Kamaraj University, India. You have 10 minutes to do your presentations, and I wish you all the very best.
Thank you. I am in the process of sharing my PPT. In the meanwhile, I hope I am audible.
Yes, Ms. Shahid.
Yeah, thank you. My PPT is on presentation mode. I hope it is visible to all of you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for helping us, as we all love in India and Sri Lanka, to play a cricket match, and thank you for helping me to open the innings. And I'm sure all of us, I mean, as explained by our keynote speaker as well, we have been going through a huge crisis, and our focus of the research, the three of us, myself, Frida, and Professor Kannan, we have worked on this aspect of online travel agencies, which we all are aware that close to almost about 66% of the business of travel, tourism, and hospitality e-commerce happens through the e-commerce way as such, and what kind of an issue these folks have faced and how we are trying to stand up. So the background of the study was simple: COVID, impact on Indian tourism, travel, and hospitality. The two agencies that we covered, Make My Trip and Yatra, the crisis management, the spring back opportunities, and what is the future that they have in store. The main objectives, before I continue, I hope the slide has moved to slide number 3. If you can say yes, I will move ahead. Okay. So the objective was prime, to understand the nitty-gritties that MMT and Yatra.com had, because let me just make a point over here. Make My Trip, their average income flow was almost $500 million. And believe me, friends, when I say this, I have gone through the reports, the reporting of Make My Trip and of course Yatra.com and the smaller e-com entities in India. Make My Trip's inflow from $500 million became zero, Z-E-R-O. The day lockdown was announced in India, within about 21 days, their income inflow was zero. What happened? Impacted the employees, though the numbers were small to begin with, but then the impact was phenomenal. Our research paper has focused on how the market trends also had an impact, because both these companies are actually not listed in India, but they're listed in NASDAQ USA. It went down phenomenally. So not only COVID broke the backbone of tourism, travel, and hospitality, but the standalone entities, the companies, the hotels, the hospitality segment, which all had put in their influence and information into these e-commerce companies, was actually lost out. So here we are trying to look forward at the green shoots that are available, the spring back opportunities, and the way these two companies actually have moved forward to ensure a success, not only for themselves, but for each one of us in the field of tourism, travel, and hospitality. The methodology of our research has been primarily to do with the discussions that we have had one-on-one with the associates and executives of these companies, and also the other players, And not only other players, but also the consulting firms like EY, Grant Thornton, Deloitte, their reports that have been put forward, and Statistica and Bloomberg Quint have been important sources of information, though not the corporate connect, but the free connectivity that we normally get. And of course, all the inputs that have been provided to NASDAQ. Apart from this, we made a paper presentation just before COVID lockdown was initiated in Indian Institute of Management, Sirmaur. And over there, we spoke about the positivities of the e-commerce business, but we soon realized that the lockdown had literally killed the business as such. I have now moved to slide number 5, which is a very critical slide for all of us to see. If you, as I speak, if you can read through the kind of work that happened, the CII National Chairman of the Tourism Committee very categorically said 5 trillion Indian rupees would be the loss due to COVID. And mind you, my dear friends, and all those who are listening into us today and in the future, the kind of losses are there in that particular chart that is there, branded hotels. All this is in Indian rupees. OTAs lost a good amount, tour operators, standalone, and also the chains. Adventure and cruise operators, it literally became zero. That was the loss. And look at on the left side, the kind of the NASDAQ ratings that these two companies had, where they were in the month of February 2020 and where they were in the month of March. For Yatra, it was a double whammy because they were going through an acquisition by an American company called Ebix. And at that point in time, in all probability, that particular acquisition was actually not going to happen. That was the kind of a scenario that these e-commerce companies actually faced, both of them. And in fact, we were going through an interview of Mr. Deep Kalra, the CEO, or rather the chairman of Make My Trip, wherein he said there were people who had worked with them from the day they had started, and they had to do away with them. How did they manage? It is the story that is there in our research paper, which we have submitted. One very beautiful and important thing that we found out of the study that we undertook for almost about 18 months was earlier Make My Trip and also other e-commerce companies would focus on not only the travelers within India, but their focus was also on the inbound that was happening into India. Plus, the kind of acquisitions and the integrations they had done with other entities globally, they were focusing on other geographies also. Realization dawned that this pandemic is not going to go away very soon. So the focus must and should be on domestic travel. In our research paper, we have very clearly articulated and said how the government of India had come out with various scheme options for domestic holidays. Because as we all know, countries like India and Sri Lanka, we have always depended upon inbound tourists. The focus on us, we the citizens of our countries, is not much. Government of India realized that in 2019, and they came out with some wonderful, programs like Dekho India, Dekho, you see. So when you look at it from that aspect, the e-commerce companies during pandemic, as and when the unlock happened, unlock 1.0, 2.0, 3.0 happened, they just forgot about the global tourists because the global tourists were not able to travel in. The focus became domestic travel. And my dear friends, the keynote speaker spoke very eloquently about sustainability. Yes, travel for sustainability started creeping into the minds of not only the stakeholders, the important stakeholders like MMT, Yatra.com, even the standalone tour operators. They realized that the traveler wanted to visit places which provided them multiple options. Having been stay put in the houses for a minimum of 3 months and a maximum of 6, everyone started running. Believe me, we have done, spoken to a lot of people, and we found that everybody wanted to get into the domain of revenge travel. I am sure our global, professors like Professor Shear and all others who are there on the panel would also highlight on the revenge travel and where we need to focus on sustainability. Make My Trip has realized that they are also focusing on sustainability. One very important concept that came about, two rather, was staycations and vacations, work vacations. Employees working in corporates simply shut down and said, okay, unlock has happened. Let me take my family and move away to a resort, stay there for about a week's time because I'm bugged staying.
Mr. Khan, you have 1 more minute to
Sure, I will
conclude
wind
your
up.
presentation.
Yeah. Vaccination, all of us know, was the key. The spring back options were there in the multiple. But one important thing to all those who are hearing me, they made a shift from the core of travel business towards the digital service opportunities that they had. Finally, they started focusing. E-commerce business is primarily B2C. They started focusing on B2B. In our paper, we are very clearly articulated. Yatra has close to 20,000 B2Bs today. Credit vouchers were an important things that came about. Alignment with the federal government opportunities, better deals, you see. These are our recommendations. Focus in the future on offbeat, putting sustainability into the picture. New versions of travel will come in. Ensure that e-commerce companies and also standalone companies have as much cash in hand. The clauses of force majeure are going to become an important aspect in the tourism, travel, and hospitality dynamics. And yes, we have to be engaged in constant research. I think my fellow presenters, the students who are listening in, the future is bright for us. 2023 may be the time when tourism will come back. We need to get involved not only in tourism, travel, hospitality operations, but research as well, because that is what will help us to engage ourselves in the travel trends. Thanks a ton, and thank you, and wishing all of you the best. Thank you for the opportunity. We are open for questions.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Shahid Khan. So with that, we are now moving to the next presenter in the technical session 1. Mr. Murat Dayar, Menderes University, Turkey. You have 10 minutes to do your presentation. I wish you all the very best. Excuse me, Mr. Murat, I think you're not audible. Still the same.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will talk from first again. Hello, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity. I hope everyone is safe and sound. So I will move on with my presentation. So our presentation's name is Impact of the COVID-19 Epidemic to Tourism Industry and Comparative Analysis of Crisis Management Strategies of Countries. So we have a project team. We have 3 researchers and 3 scholars. My name is Murat Duyar. I'm a PhD student at Adnan Menderes University at Tourism Management program. So at master program, we did this project with our team. So I would like to give you the results of our project. So first I will talk about background of the study. So as you can see, tourism industry leads employment and opportunities for women, youth, and for rural communities. Although it is known that tourism industry has faced a wide variety of crises on a global scale, COVID-19 affected and in an unprecedented way. So aside from the impact of the virus has led almost a complete cessation of tourism activities all around the world. So for this reason, it's important to evaluate the crisis management strategies of countries during this pandemic. So, and there is an urgent need for crisis strategy to help the tourism industry recover from COVID-19. There are some strategies, but it doesn't fit all because there is a strategy who fit on natural disasters like avalanche and rain and earthquakes, but this is another level of crisis as COVID-19. So our objectives is, our main purpose is to examine the crisis management strategies of top 20 countries in the world. How we choose this? It's all about their economic levels. So top 20 of top 20 richest countries, as we can say. So in the research, firstly, we have given information about COVID-19 and past pandemics, and the supports provided by countries to the tourism industry for the epidemic we have mentioned, like employees, local businesses, and other things were examined, and messages highlighted in their marketing contents. So we have received this information from their Instagram accounts, and also I will mention about more. And so also we use their official websites and destination management organizations Instagram accounts as well. So if we talk about methodology, we have used their social media accounts, as I say, and reports within the scope of research. We evaluated with a holistic multi-case design approach, which is a qualitative research method. We analyzed these documents with content analysis, and also we have used the statistics published by World Tourism Organization in the last 5 years. So we have examined those documents as well. So conceptual framework. At this section, we have first mentioned about COVID-19 and its effects on tourism sectors. Later, we have mentioned about crisis management notion, its relation with tourism and models. So we have mentioned about 5 of the crisis management models of tourism sector. So at findings section, it is seen as you can see at the left side of the screen. It is seen that countries are divided into 7 groups depending on the duration of their marketing-oriented initiatives on social media during and after COVID-19. As you can see, there are some differences and numbers. You can say, what is this? For example, Holland mentioned, Saudi Arabia mentioned 4 days before their first COVID-19 case. And this is the difference between first COVID-19 case and their reaction day. So as you can see, Spain and Japan are last. And when the marketing-oriented unresponsive periods of countries before and immediately after their COVID-19 focused posts are examined. India, Spain, and Thailand are the countries that remained silent the most before reaction. After this first reaction, it was revealed that Thailand, India, and Canada remained silent and didn't share anything on their Instagram account. So the country longest waited was India. However, it is seen that Austria, France, Croatia, and other countries didn't take a break from their marketing-oriented posts. Also, it is seen that the theme of events comes first among the prominent changes of content shared before and after COVID-19. When these all examined, it is seen that there's an increased number of COVID-19 themed content. In the second place, it is seen that there's an increase in landscape themed content. As you can see, these are all the themes, and these are all the countries sharing. As you can see an upgrade on view and natural environment oriented shares on their Instagram account. Similarly, it is seen that the shares on the theme of natural environment and touristic attractions have increased as well. So in the post of the countries before the pandemic, as you can see on the left side, It is seen that there are travel, vacation, places, holiday, and planning applications, and words such as best, love, beauty are shared the most. And then in the post-pandemic post, as you can see at the right side of the screen, words such as travel, vacation are used to stay safe, travel in the future, stay at home, and as you can see, travel from home hashtag something have shared after the pandemic. So in addition, it is seen that the posts that highlight the emotional image dimension of the destination and hope-oriented content and preferred, which aims to establish emotional bond with the travelers, as you can see. So findings of their crisis management strategies of countries, as you can see, we have grouped these approaches on 7 headings. These are restrictions, fiscal and monetary policies, cooperation works, direct sports, recovery strategies, marketing works, and revitalization of tourism, domestic tourism initiatives. These are the first 7 approaches taken by the countries to their tourism firms, companies. The governments have made help to this under these 7 headings. So this is our model proposal. In this study, a crisis management model that can be applied in epidemics and other types of crisis is also proposed. This model consists of 3 main parts: pre-crisis, during crisis, and post-crisis. And this has also 7 parts: being ready, signal, to act, fight against, recovering, and learning. But communication has a huge part in this crisis situation. So we have some recommendations. With the strong solidarity, international community shouldn't only tackle COVID-19, but also size the situation and have to see the opportunities. Also, stakeholder cooperation is important, and governments and organizations should work closely and should share the knowledge. Also, efforts should be made to ensure that improvements such as tourism strategies and financial models and general support and sustainable tourism activities has to be followed by the governments and organizations. So thank you very much, and I'm looking forward for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Murad Daya. And now I will be handing over the technical session to Project Chair, Professor Dr. Stephen Pratt. And also, I would like to include as a side note that the panelists will be actually getting like around 10 minutes to carry out the discussions. Dear Professor, over to you. Each panelist will be getting 10 minutes overall. Dear Professor Stephen Pratt, over to you.
Thank you very much. We just maybe the presenter can, Mr. Murad can stop sharing the screen. Is that possible?
Yeah, I have stopped it. Stop. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Yeah, very interesting. I think you have some comments, a couple of questions in the chat that maybe you can answer in your own time. But yeah, very honored to be part of this session and a very important session: resilience building and entrepreneurial innovation in sustainable tourism. And we have some great panelists who are going to give their views in 10 minutes. So, you know, the COVID-19 has really brought this issue really to the front. The idea of resilience, how can we bounce back? And the idea of being entrepreneurial. And it's stated that there's an English saying that says necessity is the mother of all invention, which you know alludes to the idea that that we have to be inventive, we have to be creative, to forge forward. So I'd like to hand over at the moment to Professor Keir Reeve. He was already introduced. He's a great speaker, and I really look forward to what he has to contribute in this area of resilience building and entrepreneurial innovation in sustainable tourism. So, Keir, you are most welcome to unmute and
Thank you, Steve. Can you hear me okay?
Hear you fine.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the organisers, Professor Suranga and the team, and Sampath. Thank you very much for hosting this very important event. Thank you, Steve, as well, and Murat, thank you for setting up the session. As Steve said, this is a really important session, and at the heart of it is that resilience is crucial to renewal and also to countering the impacts of the COVID-19 and the incredible challenges that we've had to confront as a tourism sector. One of the key issues is that resilience is crucial for economic activity. And if we are going to stabilise around the new normal and living with COVID-19 and hopefully without it in years to come, we need to have strategies in place. This has huge implications for global activity economically, and also it has implications for Australia. I'm going to touch on Australia very briefly because it's what I know perhaps the most about, but I think it resonates very, very much with other papers we heard. I just caught Murat's paper, and I've been reading various articles in tourism geographies and tourism recreation research recently that are addressing these issues as well. And of course, I'm thinking of Joseph Gier and Alan Liu's books on livelihoods and sustainable livelihoods as well. So there are huge implications. And I think that the key thing for this session, perhaps to set it up, is we need to consider what the role of the private sector is going to be. Also, the role of government spending and planning policies for increased tourism activity. Yet last night, where I live, we came out of the longest lockdown anywhere in the globe. 1 minute to midnight, people were lined up to start going out. And I just went for a drive earlier on just to prepare for today. A number of tourism destinations, places, activities are happening again, sometimes for the first time in literally months. We've had 6 or 7 lockdowns. And the question is, how do these businesses, they may be large stakeholders, hotels, the airlines, the national airline, in my case, Qantas, in Sri Lanka, and others nationally, we know they're obviously hemorrhaging and they've got huge challenges, but there's also the small to medium enterprise businesses, the SMEs, if you like, that really are going to drive a lot of this. And this is the role of the private sector. And the question is, can they attract more activity, more visitors in a way that is sustainable, but also has an appeal in what I call the new normal. So that's one question that I think we really have to consider at length and interrogate like far more deeply than what I'm doing at the moment. The second is, what is the role of government? What will government spending and planning? There's been extraordinary amounts of money that have been pumped into various parts of the Australian economy. It's happened globally, as we know, nearly everywhere. I'm not an economist, but it's certainly apparent that there's been an incredible amount of money. But at the heart of that, that's really been about holding things together. But now we're moving, I guess, to the new normal COVID, or indeed a post-COVID planning, and that's going to involve a new conversation, I guess, between the government and the private sector, one where this entrepreneurship, where the ideas, and they may be everything from family businesses through to sector-wide responses, are going to have to drive a lot of the way forward, because we can't just keep on funding from government spending. The money, I don't think, is there in the long run, and also it's just not going to work for a whole lot of reasons. Others might disagree with that, and all this has to be, if you like, interpreted or activated through the lens of sustainable tourism, and that has obviously environmental as well as commercial realities to consider. So it's a wicked problem, if you like. So the question, I think, for me is, what will the industry do to revitalise as we enter this new phase of activity? In Australia, there are new issues to consider. There's questions of sustainable tourism to key sites. There's questions of including new content. Indigenous tourism is increasingly important. And there are also some very, I guess, rubber hitting the road issues rather than the big picture stuff. And that is, how do we cope with the practicalities of pent-up demand? Where I'm from, there, as I said, last night, people were lining up to go out. They hadn't been out for literally months and months and months. There's been 6 lockdowns. We've been the most closed down society in the world. People are ready to go out. There are huge health issues with that we have to contend with, but there's also questions about how does a business that's been under care and maintenance, to use a mining term, it's been just hanging in there, how all of a sudden it's got to gear up with people, it's got to gear up with marketing campaigns, it's got to gear up with a whole lot of new legislative frameworks and public health issues, and it has to deal with the social license that people want to have, leisure, which is so much part of tourism, but at the same time, it's got to make money. So that's really, for me, that's the wicked question. That's the problem that has to be addressed. That's the discussion that I kind of wanted to bring to the table with colleagues. I know Steve, who's our chair of this session, is obviously known internationally as a tourism expert. He's in Fiji, and I'm sure a lot of these themes run through the Fijian policy, the entrepreneur discussion, bringing businesses back, but also the role of government. And, those things are increasingly complicated. So I'd also finally just like to say that each country will need to find, if you like, the balance between a sustainable sector that is looking at innovation through entrepreneurs. They'll have to identify those people within their respective parts of the tourism sector who are going to drive the new and innovative ideas and offerings. But also there is this question of funding, G in the model, if you like, the government. And the question is, where do these two sit together, or indeed do they, or are there different mixes for different parts of the world? And how will they bounce off each other? And I guess the role for government isn't just going to be one of providing a stopgap quantitative easing measure to prop up the tourism sector, or any sector for that matter. It's also going to be a question of what policies will it bring to the table that will enable a tourism sector-led recovery that brings not only innovation through entrepreneurship, but sustainable outcomes that can provide a more long-term viable strategy for tourism in a post-COVID setting. And I'll leave it there. Thank you, Steve.
Great, Keir. Yeah, I mean, I think you probably raised more questions than answers, which is, because none of these solutions are easy, and if they were easy, someone would have solved them, long ago. So let's, we might actually move on, and hopefully we'll have time to come back to you a little bit later.
I was just trying to set it up as part of the broader panel, Steve, so I hope I posed heaps of questions.
Good. So we will move on to Professor Mihir Cho from Sejong University, Korea. So I'd like your reflections from a different part of the world about resilience and the role that entrepreneurship can play in achieving resilience and moving tourism forward. So
okay, hello. Hello.
Yep, we can hear you. Yep, great. So
but I cannot open my video because
that's okay.
It's all right.
Well, we'll listen more intently to what you have to say. So but please, continue.
I would, because the host blocked my screen. So probably some technology problem.
Oh, okay. Well, is it possible to unblock the video?
Yes. Yeah. And also I would like to share my PPT
Oh,
documents.
yeah. Okay, so
okay.
that's important.
Now,
yeah, there you go.
Go.
All right.
All right.
Please,
And also, how
take the
about
floor.
the screen share the PPT presentation? Okay, I will do. Oh no. Okay. I will. Yeah, I cannot share my PPT documents, but I will present smart tourism technology. But here it is not comfortable for me, but yeah, it's okay. I will try again. Okay, now I will do. Can you see? Yes.
Yes, we can see.
Yes, I will present the smart tourism technology and the technology readiness. The advancement in information and the communication technology shaped the paradigm of the tourism industry, establishing the concept of smart tourism. Smart tourism is characterized by the integration of tourism resources and the smart technologies in order to provide the travelers with the enhanced services. Smart tourism technology refers to all types of technology application that facilitate the traveler's experience. To evaluate the performance of smart tourism technologies and examine the consequences of smart tourism technologies, researchers identified the key attributes of smart tourism technology: accessibility, informativeness, interactivity, and personalization. Accessibility refers to the extent to which the smart tourism technology are available for and should be accessed by travelers without any difficulties. The level of smart tourism technology's accessibility determines the traveler's easiness in acquiring information from different stakeholders through various types of smart tourism technology. As a second attribute of smart tourism technology, informativeness indicates the quality of information and the trustworthiness of the information offered by smart tourism technology. As the tourism industry is information-intensive industry, the quality and the trustworthiness of information provided by smart tourism technology are critical in creating traveler satisfaction. Interactivity, the third attribute of smart tourism technology, is defined as the degree to which smart tourism technologies can facilitate an immediate and active communication with the travelers. When smart tourism technology are highly interactive, travelers are able to obtain immediate responses from smart tourism technologies. The fourth smart tourism technology attribute, personalization, indicates the ability of smart tourism technologies to provide particular information that corresponds to travelers' needs. Personalization of smart tourism enhances travelers' satisfaction by fulfilling their demands. Technology readiness. Individuals have a different attitude toward technologies. Individuals' technology readiness is defined as their inclination to accept and use technologies to achieve their goals. An individual's technology readiness is a multidimensional concept which consists of both positive and negative view of technology. Specifically, an individual's technology readiness is captured by two motivators such as optimism and innovativeness, and two inhibitors such as discomfort and insecurity. Its dimension is okay. On individuals' technology, specifically on individuals, each dimensions of technology readiness has distinctive characteristics and influences on individuals' belief, perception, and behaviors regarding technology. Okay, I will move to another part. As tourism organizations are not, this is a research model I proposed. So as tourism organizations are not able to directly adjust travelers' inherent characteristics, such as technology readiness, it is important to segment the market based on technology readiness and to develop appropriate marketing strategies for each target segment. There is significant differences in travelers' satisfaction by their cultural backgrounds. The destinations tourism organizations identify each traveler's cultural background and focus on the key attributes of smart tourism technologies for the purpose of developing effective marketing strategies to derive more demands to the destination. So my presentation, probably 5 minutes or more than 10 minutes. So my preparation of my presentation, very simple, but I will be glad to any opinions or questions after presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mihail, Professor. You know, can I encourage people to put the any questions you might have in the chat, because you know, if we're pressed for time, I think that could be quite a good method for us to keep engaging if you have some questions that are raised. Yeah, I mean, so Professor, your approach essentially is for resilience and entrepreneurship to go the technology route, and I guess smart tourism, smart cities way to facilitate this resilience, to facilitate this entrepreneurship. So very good. We will keep moving. I don't want to steal the time of our last two panelists. So I would like to give the floor to Dr. Kulte Adilova. From Kazakhstan, very beautiful country that I visited, lucky enough to visit a few years ago. So if you're online, please, oh, I see you are. Please unmute and please share your views. Thank you. I can see your video there, but you can unmute. Dr. Kulte?
Of Tourism and Hospitality greets all distinguished guests and the participants of the 7th International Research Conference on Tourism at the University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. It's my pleasure to join you at this year's International Tourism Conference. I am Dr. Kultaya Adilova, Provost, International University of Tourism and Hospitality, Kazakhstan. I'm here to present a lecture on entrepreneurial innovation for sustainable tourism in Kazakhstan. Tourism is integral to Kazakhstan's position as a vibrant and a connected hub that enables not just the exchange of goods and services, but also the exchange of ideas, experience, and talent. The sector has faced immense disruption given the happenings in the world. But in Kazakhstan, we are ready to do things differently and progressively. We will position ourselves at the forefront of change and be bold in offering new products and experience to reinvent global travel. Tourism is one of the kind of international activity, and for many countries, the most important source of economical stability. In addition, tourism has the development of more than 32 economic sectors. Tourism has a high economic and social importance for the economies of many countries, including Kazakhstan. Modern conditions of hard competition in the tourism market, also economic and political instability in many regions, indicate the need to switch to an innovative way of developing the tourism industry. What's the meaning of sustainable tourism? Primarily, this is a desire to provide an exciting and informative vacation, useful and beneficial for the host country without harming the local environment and society. Sustainable tourism means the creation of a tourism product that rests on 4 pillars: social significance, environmental friendliness, economic benefit, customer satisfaction. Of course, each of these components involves constant work on quality. The presence of concept adherence to world trends, a focus on quality, competitiveness as this criteria of a certain maturity, which many representatives of the travel industry have achieved. Kazakhstan is not famous in the world as a tourist destination, but its lands for a long time provided a link between China and Europe, having witnessed many historical events over the centuries on the section of the Great Silk Road. Out of the 1,121 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, 5 are in Kazakhstan, 3 of which are cultural heritage sites and 2 are natural heritage sites. Cultural objects, Hoja Ahmet Yassavi Mausoleum, petroglyphs in the archaeological landscape of Tamgaly, Silk Roads, Shenzhen, Tianshan Corridor Network, natural objects, Sararka Steppe and lakes of northern Kazakhstan, West Tianshan. Tourism in Kazakhstan is not yet a highly profitable industry and isn't an attractive investment destination. In the country's GDP, tourism services are only 1.8%. Despite this, there are already positive changes in the tourism sector. In the last year alone, the volume of services provided by various tourism companies has increased by 17%. The flow of visitors of inbound tourism has increased by 14%. And the expenditure of foreign nationals on trips to Kazakhstan has increased by 5.6%. According to the World Economic Forum, in 2019, Kazakhstan ranked 80 out of 140 countries in the World Index of Competitiveness in Tourism, improving the indicator by the first position compared to 2017. Priority destinations, the active development of which is enshrined in the state program for the development of the tourism industry of Kazakhstan. Entrepreneurial innovation of Kazakhstan are aimed at the sustainable development of the tourism industry by creating and improving infrastructure, shaping the image of Kazakhstan to increase its attractiveness as a tourist destination, as well as increasing the country's attractiveness for the development of inbound tourism. Accordingly, in order to take its rightful place in the condition of hard competition among the well-established world participants in the tourism industry, Kazakhstan needs to take an innovative approach as a basis. Let's highlight the main directions of innovation in the field of tourism. development of new, previously unknown tours on the market, development of new types of material and the technical support for tourist services, use of new tourism research, development of new segments of the tourist market, application of new ways and the methods of organizing in business progress, creating of new tourist and recreational territories, opening of new directions and new sales markets. Exactly. Of course, the recognition of the tourism sector as strategically important subject gives great opportunities for the development of innovation in this area. After all, innovations are a factor in increasing competitiveness in all sectors of the economy, including tourism. For our country, the issue of the competitiveness of the Kazakhstani tourist product is especially acute. The main objectives of the transition to an innovative way of development of the tourism sectors are promotion of Kazakhstan as a tourist destination in the world and in domestic market, stimulating the development of small and medium-sized businesses in all shapes of tourism industry, attraction of investments for the implementation of innovative projects in the field of tourism, improving the quality of provided transport services. The tourism industry, especially countryside tourism, is dominantly dominated by small and medium-sized enterprises and is often considered less innovative than other industries. Tourism innovation must be seen as an ongoing, global, and dynamic process. Tourism product innovation means that a new or significantly improved product appears off the market. Ensuring sustainable development of tourism in Kazakhstan related closely to the search for optimal ways to use its potential resources, namely natural and climatic resources, the number of qualified personnel, the quality of their training, the amount and quality of the necessary information, the level of technical equipment. The trends in entrepreneurial innovation for sustainable tourism in Kazakhstan include deepening and expanding digitalization and automation in the provision of tourism services, tightening environmental requirements, and promoting eco and ethno-tourism in the country. Another important emphasis in the entrepreneurial innovation of sustainable tourism can be assumed to be the development of agritourism in Kazakhstan, where everything will be subordinated to the principle of environmental friendliness, naturalness, and the use of local tradition and the customs in serving tourists. Let me share with you briefly case trends that have distorted the sector and how we intend to lead the way in turning this challenge into opportunities for reopening safely, progressively, and sustainably. First, our immediate challenge is even with the global rollout of vaccines, international travel will likely not be same pre-COVID anytime soon. Compared to where we were a year ago, we now have a clear knowledge of the virus and its transmission mechanism, a wider variety of stronger testing options, and a more robust tracing capabilities. This gives us great confidence to gradually resume travel while ensuring that the health and safety of the travelers remain our top priority. More importantly, we understand that we cannot afford a broad risk elimination strategy by shutting ourselves out. Instead, we actively manage the risk based on objective evidence and the sound judgments. In conclusion, in the near future, there will still be crosswinds, but we believe in the support system of our tourism sector and the government in helping business and works build capabilities by breaking new grounds. Thank you for everyone, and we look forward to working closely with you not only to overcome the current challenge, but to reimagine and reinvent the tourism industry post-pandemic. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Yeah, very insightful into Kazakhstan, and as you mentioned, many exciting and very beautiful landscape and things to see and do in Kazakhstan. And I think it's post-pandemic, it's one of the emerging destinations. So thank you for sharing. Last but not least is my good friend, Professor Dr. Sandeep Kusheshwar, the former director of IITTM in India, and I can see that he had the video on before, so I would like to ask him to he can take the floor and by unmuting and turning his video on. So Sandeep, we look forward to your contribution.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to my friends from the global community from the different countries. I hope it's audible to everyone. May I request organizers to kindly put me as the co-host so that I can share my presentation. Dear friends, the topic for today's discussion is on the resilience as well as the tourism entrepreneurship in the changing scenario. Dear friends, we all know that in the last 2 years, the global community as well as the developed and the developing nations, they have witnessed the tremendous change so far as their social and economic fabrication is concerned. Dear friends, yes, Dr. Sampad, I just wish to share my presentation. So please put me as a co-host so that I can share my presentation. So dear friends, in the last 2 years, we have witnessed a lot of changes, and they are the drastic change. Of course, when we talk about the tourism scenario, as well as, the economy, social and political aspects are concerned. One thing which we have to keep in mind, and that's very important one, is that tourism is the largest community of the world. When we talk about the largest community, if you critically examine the community, the bottom of the pyramid, which consists, especially I'm talking about the Asian countries. In Asia, the bottom of the pyramid consists of artisans, tourist guide, craftsmen, taxi driver. All these are the people, those are working as the bottom of the pyramid. And this community start right from this part, which madam has my earlier speaker also have discussed, that it is dominated by MSMEs, medium and small enterprises. And that goes, when we talk about the top of the pyramid, it goes for this, when we talk about the aviation company, event management company, cruise company, or so on. So with these words, I just wish to share with you my presentation. Be on the line, please. I hope I have been given the chance to share the screen. So I request again my fellow friends, if they are there, the organizers, can you just give me, can you put me as a co-host so that I can share my presentation with you? I think it is being coming that only the host can share in this meeting. So may I request again to share, to permit me to share the screen. By the way, let me start the discussion in the meantime. That, dear friends, there is a famous, quote from the Darwin. You might have heard about the name of Charles Darwin. And Charles Darwin, no, it is coming that only the host can share in this meeting. So anyway, perhaps there is some technical problem. So when we talk about this Charles Darwin has given a principle, and that principle says the survival of the fittest. Dear friends, this is the high time when we have to find out the ways how to be creative and how to be innovative in this pandemic scenario. Whether you believe it or not, but of course, when you refer the UNWTO Barometer 2021, you would realize that the decline in 2021 is almost 70% plus in Europe. But when we talk about, Asia, this goes to, almost 84%. But dear friends, please remember, travel and tourism is a human phenomena. Means, the human always like to travel. And still I recall when the people used to travel from one place to another place, maybe because like in India, as well as Asia also, VFR, visiting friends and relatives. Father wants to visit his son place and son wishes to visit his parents. And of course, business. Because of the business.
Yes, Professor.
Yeah. Let me check.
Now you can share the screen.
Yeah, thank you so much. Be on the line just a moment, please. I'm sorry for inconvenience.
It's okay, Professor Sandeep. You can take your own convenience, right?
Thank you so much. Ayubowan to my friends from Sri Lanka, and so I'm coming back to the discussion on my theme is on the tourism entrepreneurship. Yes, of course, this is a famous diagram which I was discussing to all of you about the flexibility to adapt. And this is how the Charles Darwin has discussed about this important aspect, that is survival of the fittest. Dear friends, please remember in this changing scenario, when we talk about the resilience, we have to keep in mind adaptability part. So far as tourism is concerned, it is the largest industry in the world. Rather, I am calling it is the largest community also, because there are people, those are there, developed, those are, directly or indirectly the part of this community or this industry. When we talk about the tourism, if you critically examine, you would realize that majority of the countries, they have a substantial contribution of tourism for their economic development. Dear friends, when we talk about the economic fabrication of the country, if you further analyze the multiplier or the domino effect, you would realize that socio-economic and moral values all are interrelated, and that's very important. But when we just critically examine the tourism scenario in a present circumstances, we would realize that, of course, there are certain problems so far as the cross boundaries tourism or international tourism is concerned. But of course, it is regular, it is much organized, as well as it is a reoriented, promising industry. And of course, the most important when we talk about the Asia Pacific, it is the flow of human contact that is very important. And of course, when we talk about the tourism entrepreneurship or the opportunity, there are plenty of opportunities are coming up. So obviously the scholars and the students, they must be more concerned that what sort of employment opportunities are available. Here, students and scholars, please remember, you have to be a logical one and critically examine the changing scenario. So in a very brief manner, I just wish to tell you that traditional marketing has been shifted to the social media. You have to have the expertise in the social media, or you develop. Still, I recall since last so many years, we used to visit Colombo, and we used to visit that Ratnaike Hall, where the convention hall where we used to have this meeting. But now it is the Zoom platform where we have this meeting, and every day we have the online classes. So Professor Marina is also there. So I'm holding some international classes also through social media and through these platforms. That's very important. Dear friends, please remember, tourist wishes to have the experience. He just don't want to visit. He does not want to visit Kandy alone. He does not want to visit the outskirt of Colombo. Rather, he wishes to have that experience while he is going to the Sita Amma temple of Sri Lanka. Of course, traditional accommodations are important, but dear students, friends, you have to understand about the homestay, Airbnb. All these are the upcoming area. Yes, selfie word is very important. The moment a tourist is visiting a place, he wishes to have the selfie. And as a restaurant owner, as a hotelier, you have to find out what are those selfie points which can be developed. I love Kandy, I love Colombo, I love, some other Anuradhapuram or so on. Like creativity and innovation is also very, very important. And when we talk about the cross-cultural aspect, dear students, you have to be very careful about this important aspect. So if our friends from Milan, Madam Marina is there, so ciao can be appropriate. And when you are handling a tourist who is coming from Spain, hola. And of course, our friend from Dubai, Sanjay, is there, assalamu alaikum. So all these cross-cultural aspects are again very important. And modernity versus ethnicity. Tourist wishes to have the experience of a spa, soft adventure, culture, folk dances, barbecue, shopping. So these are the area where you can find out some opportunity. Of course, over tourism is a big problem. But in the recent past, the sports tourism is coming up very fast. We have witnessed the success story of Olympics in Japan, as well as nowadays in this part of the world, the cricket IPL matches are going on. Dear friends, when you are starting your own venture, you have to find out what are the new demographic groups those are coming. So of course, professional aunts, no kids, which initially start from US. Now it is being witnessed even in Asian countries also. Travel happiness index become very, very important. When we talk about the happiness index, today's tourist wishes to have the peace. He want to have the, he wishes to away from the stress. So would you be able to provide some happiness also to the tourist? That's very important. We have to find out some ways where we can have our own venture for this very purpose. And of course, peer-to-peer travel is very important, and you can have your online companies. Those are into the social media with the new business model. When we talk about the new business model, when you are attracting the tourists from India for the Ramayana circuit in Sri Lanka, you have to find out what business model will be appropriate to attract the tourists from North India or tourists from the South India. It is as simple as it is. When I'm trying to attract the tourists from Sri Lanka to India, I have to study the different business model and business, norms when we are attracting the tourists from Colombo or the tourists from Jaffna. Dear friends, the multi-generation destination becoming very important. And that's the success story of Sri Lankan tourism. In spite of 3 decades, insurgency, Sri Lanka has witnessed the 20% growth in 2019. And it is because of the multi-generation destination where the children can enjoy the wildlife safari. Africa is a wonderful example, and people can enjoy, the adult can enjoy, the old age people can enjoy, as well as the micro stay become again very important. Micro stay means not for a day, rather for few hours. So let me show you some of the caricatures and the pictures so that you will be able to understand the important aspects. Yes, robots are very good. Japan has introduced initially, now in Asian country, even in India too, that is coming up. But of course, service will be a big issue, service with a smile. And of course, in the pandemic era, when the smile is the mask, it is masked. So that is again an important thing. Of course, cross-cultural issues are there. You cannot give everything to the machine. Of course, people used to say that in this resilience and the changing scenario, tourist wishes to have the touchless travel. But of course, touchless travel does not mean that the human touch is missing. You have to have that human touch. Yes, bed and breakfast, homestay, all are good. But whatever the commitment you are committing to the tourist, you have to provide all these things. Yes, this is a very famous and very interesting caricature. This is a cartoon. And of course, our tourism industry is also the part, the tourist is also the part. It has certain advantages as well as disadvantages too. Today, all of my tourism students of masters and PhD, they are worried about the Russia, because again, Corona is upcoming in Russia. Whereas in India, we have crossed 100 crore vaccination. That is a world record. Of course, when we talk about carbon dependency, tourism is flourishing, but we have to understand about the sustainability aspect also. Yes, this is a very famous picture. And why I'm showing all of you, dear friends, you have to understand the aspects, or as well as, a positive and the negative side of the tourism, so that you can explore certain things for your own venture, for your own startups. Lot of problem, and that's what the Google has started. The map, through map you can just plan your visit, whether what will be the right time to visit Kandy, because traffic jam is there, water scarcity in so many Asian cities. This is a problem. Yes, jungle safari is good because we have used the GPS, but it has certain limit also. So people don't want to visit every time. They don't want to visit the Dubai. I know people don't want to see the concrete jungles, but at the same time, they have to consider the future city aspects also to have your own. Yes, I'm so sorry. People are coming to Asian cities from Europe. Yes, that is again. So I'm coming back to the important discussion, dear friends. There are plenty of opportunities. We have to think about the tourism related issues, and that should be addressed. And when we talk about the tourism, we have to have the demand related services. You have to study the gap. What is the gap available? What the tourist want? Who will be your tourist in the post pandemic era? Or what are the timing when he's visiting? I was just trying to analyze, because as per the UNWTO also, the domestic tourism would come up very fast. Can we further segregate domestic tourism? That one federal state to another federal state, or like in India, we call one state to another state. Then from one region to another region, or from the same region, or from the nearby places. So can we segregate the domestic tourist into 3 to 4 parts? And accordingly, we can provide them the services. That is very important, because you have to study the gap which is available. So dear friends, when we talk about the tourism related business, these are the traditional businesses, those are available. But I am not focusing on these tourism related businesses. Rather, I'm more keen for the unconventional tourism related business. Those are upcoming curio and craft factories and the outlets. Of course, traditional healers and medicine. Still, I recall when I was going from Colombo to Kandy, Professor Silva took me to a nature park. And in India, we have recently started one nutrition park in Kevadia. This is an upcoming tourist destination. Botanical garden, snake reptile parks. Colombo, Sri Lanka is full of these things. And trekking, gems parks, all these are the unconventional area where we can have some our own venture, or the students can enter into their startup. Indirect or subsidiary activities are also very important, like landscaping training and HRD, wildlife. There are plenty of tourism experts. Those are entering into the protocol, the changing protocol, or upskilling and reskilling. This is again a aspect where a lot of opportunities are available. So, dear friends, please remember, idea is a funny thing. It does not work unless you do. So you have to do something. Otherwise,
yep.
Yeah. So I just
Prof, you almost yep, good.
So with these, I wish to extend my sincere thanks to the organizers who has given me this opportunity to share my discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Some very thought-provoking ideas there. So, I mean, what you mentioned, I think relates also back to what Professor Keir was talking about. So he raised the question about whether we're going to have, is tourism going to be similar to how it was before the pandemic, or is it going to be somewhat different, or does it depend? Because I mean, we've heard, we've been to Australia, we've been to Korea, we've been to India, and we've also been to Kazakhstan. So some quite different destinations at different levels of tourism development. So I'd be interested to hear first from Professor Keir, but also the others, to what extent in your part of the world do you think tourism is going to change and evolve, and to what extent it's going to be more or less starting back or catching up from how it was before? If Prof. Keir's on the line.
Yeah, sure, Steve. My feeling is that until quite recently, people thought it was a brief intermission of 18 months and we would go back to how it was. But it's become apparent that with changes to visitation, we rely very heavily on international visitors, like many of the speakers on the panel and yourself, Steve. That isn't happening, and how it's going to manifest in the future, and what sort of domestic tourism is going to take shape, what sort of tourism products will be required, and what the relationship will be between tourism, which was the second biggest earner in Australia, I think, after mining, what it'll be in the new normal. We're not going back to how it was. What that will be, I don't quite have that crystal ball, Steve, but it's pretty clear to me that there are ideas of what the future will hold in terms of tourism in Australia, or more, and indeed globally. And I sense there's resonance through different countries, even though they're very distinctive examples. And I'm loath to say one size fits all, but I am sensing, and perhaps others don't agree with me, we're not going back to how it was.
I mean, I think that's also the interesting thing that Professor Cho, you might want to come in here, because you're advocating a sort of technology-driven solutions and entrepreneurship, where I think in places like in the Pacific, our sort of internet infrastructure and technology infrastructure is not really ready for smart destinations and smart tourism yet, and maybe that's also the case in Kazakhstan. But maybe you also want to comment on how tourism is going to look in the post or during. We're going to live. Many people saying we're living with COVID now. So how is it in the COVID era, Professor Cho? Nihil, are you on the line? Okay,
Sorry.
While you're thinking about it. Oh, okay, you're there. Yeah, good, right?
Sure. Yes. During the period of COVID, in Korea, domestic tourism are increased. And also, we focus on contents, online contents, as using IT. So it is like online circumstances are related to tourism experiences. So we have some product package in relation to tourism experience. We are not going to leave the destination, but we can experience travel experiences. So the kinds of contents, online contents, are more extended through the internet or online, IT devices. How about the virtual reality or IoT, like AR? Such kind of international, the IT experience are extended in tourist market. So
I mean, that's a good point. You raised the issue that Korea is quite technologically advanced, and so maybe as Professor Kim mentioned, it's not a one size fits all. So Korea might use technology, whereas maybe Kazakhstan uses the idea of remoteness and large open spaces, the rural tourism. I see that our friend Dr. Khan has his hand raised. So actually, I'd like to hear from him.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Pratt. I would speak from the India perspective. The government of India, you'll be surprised, has opened up inbound tourism to the extent of having 500,000 free tourist visas, primarily for charter arrivals into India. So far, as you are aware, from the lockdown to the unlock, we have not had any global inbound movement. The 500,000 tourist visas that have been promised, I think, would be a huge attraction for the traveler across the world to move into India. Besides, the domestic travel has picked up so well. In the past week, I traveled with my wife from coast to coast. We went from the east to the west and came back. And the number of tourists who would, the visitors you would see very well following the standard operating procedures, having been vaccinated, is something that's giving us a positive identity as far as domestic travel is concerned. Thank you, Professor, for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you for contributing. That's great. Can I hear from Dr. Kute? How do you think Kazakhstan will bounce back from COVID? Okay, Professor Sende, I know you want to add anything to the India situation?
Yes, dear friend. One thing, hi Marina, Grace. So again, it's a nice platform Professor Suranga De Silva provide to have chatting with friends from the global, so anyway, let me come to the Stephen point. Stephen, India is working very hard so far as domestic part is concerned. Khan has already conveyed. And yesterday it was a world record where 100 crore people have been vaccinated in India. And I believe there are 4 S strategy which can work. One is the synergy, where India can work among all the stakeholders. A smart host. When we talk about the smart host, we also have discussed about the new protocols, the reskilling, upskilling, and also many things. A smart guest is also very important. We have to impart the training to the tourists, those are coming. And when we talk about the people, they are more concerned with the self-discipline, mental peace, yoga, meditation, all these are important. And of course, the 4th assistant for the smart destination. As rightly said, that hidden gems, we have to explore the ecotourism, rural tourism, nature-based tourism, culture. In India, I was just critically examining, government has filed a report that there are number of religious tourists are upcoming. The pilgrimage tourism is also upcoming. And please remember, and now the definitions are being changed. It is not only the hygiene, Rather, the clinical hygiene is important. Dear friends, one thing please remember, which has been advocated by the UNWTO also, that trust would be the new currency of tourism. Unless we are able to develop that confidence and the trust among the people, sorry, we cannot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. I see Professor Sanjay would like to chime in. So that's
Professor
great.
Pratt, just jumping in
Welcome.
on the. Sorry, am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Comment about the internet penetration. For instance, you cited the difference between Kazakhstan and Korea. Kazakhstan has an internet penetration rate of 85% as of 2020. So what's happening is with alternative modes of internet access, globally, the black spots are fast diminishing as bandwidths improve. So I just thought I'd kind of jump in because in terms of the technology access and how technology can be a driver, I guess this may be more relevant. Again, Professor Cho, this also sort of connects to what you just mentioned, but we know Korea has had a long history of being a technologically advanced society. Yeah, so I thought I'll just jump in on that.
Yeah, great, thank you. I see Prof. Rao Venkat has joined, would like to contribute. Nice to see you online.
Yeah, how are you, Professor Pat, after a long time?
Yeah, I'm well, thanks.
And then Professor Sandeep and others. Yeah, so yeah, just my point is because the flow was with Khan and then Sandeep, both were just mentioning about India as it is across the world, domestic tourism is picking up, and then very massive expansion is happening across. It's a good time. And at the same time, given the size of the population of the country, we need to look at again some kind of hygienic and then the clinic aspect of health related issues. And when you just look at the recent the festival that happened in West Bengal, it is one of the state and where you'll find Puja, Durga Puja, we celebrate. It's a great annual event. So after completing that 9 days the festival, so now gradually we started witnessing the increase of positive cases. So here, so because we are happy that domestic tourism is happening, and at the same time we need to be very cautious as far as this coronavirus is concerned. That is I want to just mention here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rao. We've got about 20 minutes left, so I'd like to go back to the panelists for a short comment on, we've talked a little bit about entrepreneurship and designing some new travel experiences and tourism products. I'd like to, maybe we could share, the professors could share in our curriculum, how are we engaging and helping students to be more entrepreneurial? Are we doing it, and what are we doing? So maybe there's some best practice that each of the panelists can share with the group here to for the next generation to be creative, to be innovative, to be entrepreneurial. So I'll throw back to Prof. Kier and we'll go through the panelists just to a short.
Okay.
Yep.
Professor Pratt, Professor Kier.
Yeah, thanks.
Hope you can hear me. So we have just about another 5 minutes time because we need to move into the second panel. And I'm actually, I was on cloud 9 seeing you, Professor Pratt and Kier Reeves and Meher Cho and Kulte Adova, even Professor Marina, even Professor Sanjay, and my dearest friend, Professor Venkat Rao, and seeing all you, I'm actually extremely happy. So, dear Professor, we need to move into the panel session number 3. So, Professor Joseph will be heading the panel technical session 3. So, if I'll be pleased if you could wind up or give a kind of a conclusion remark, that will be great. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, very quickly from me, I think that there needs to be a more overt relationship between entrepreneurialism and training within tourism offerings in whatever part of the university is delivered, and the whole question of regional development and tourism as part of it is really important.
Thanks, Kip. Professor Cho, get entrepreneurship with the students. You're on mute. Anything you'd like to share?
I'm sorry, because time is very limited. So yeah, I'm focusing on the education program to teach students like it's online trends, such as lesson guide contents to introduce destinations or on-demand service. In Korea now is a delivery service is so extended. So the kinds of trends of online circumstances I taught to students.
Yeah, I mean, I can share it. You know, we've really changed our emphasis in the Pacific, at the University of the South Pacific. There's an idea that, you know, before we're teaching our students, okay, you know, we're going to train you up to be good employees, you know, job-ready employees at resorts or hotels or whatever. But now, you know, we got to try to instill in our students, no, you can be self-employed. You can if you've got a good idea, you can, you know. So we're encouraging our students to learn how to write marketing plans, to learn how to write business plans, to try to find out how to access, you know, funding opportunities from government or commercial, you know, commercial banks. So I think this is really where, you know, globally and, or at least, you know, regionally in the Asia Pacific that we're really going to explore. Well, as I was reminded, we are out of time. I believe, Professor Rao, you've got we call this the legacy hand up. Is that right? Or you've still raised your hand? Was there something really urgent you need to do? Or just from before? Okay, well, so yeah, just to wrap up, you know, we've explored the idea of, you know, domestic tourism, looking at providing resilience because the international markets and international borders have been closed, and developing that domestic side of it. We've looked at the idea of technology and the role it can play in building resilience and facilitating entrepreneurship. And we've looked at, you know, both two contrasting destinations such as Kazakhstan and India that have really been creative in thinking about the new types of experiences and the new types of tourism products that can be offered in a sustainable way that again can build resilience and provide the next if you want to say generation of tourism and tourists. So I've had a great time listening to you all. And I thank you very much for your impact. And I think I speak on behalf of everybody in this session in thanking you for your contribution. And it's, yeah, I really enjoyed it, and look forward to continuing these conversations later in these sessions, but also in person in the coming years. So thank you very much to our wonderful hosts.
So thank you very much, all dear professors. You have given a great encouragement for us. Thank you very much for your great support. Looking forward to see you in Sri Lanka in the near future.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll hand the floor back.
Thank you, everyone.
I really cannot wait.
Thank you so much, professors, panelists, presenters, and the participants for your valuable contribution. With that, I would now like to invite Laksari to carry out with the rest of the evening. Over to you, Laksari.
Since we have listening to presentations and discussions from the beginning of our session, it is time for us to take a break and enjoy the authenticity of Sri Lanka.
You're on mute, sir.
Luxury, you are mute.
Luxury. You're on mute.
You're on mute, Luxury.
Now we are going to commence the technical session 3, Tourism for Inclusive Growth and Sustainable Tourism Development. First, let me introduce the panel chair. Professor Dr. Joseph Chia, Wakayama University, Japan. Professor, I would like to welcome you to the session. Then let me introduce the panelists. Professor Dr. Marina Brescio, European University for Tourism, Italy. Then Professor Dr. Venkat Rao, Pondicherry University, India. Professor Dr. Sanjay Nadkarni, Emirates Academy of Hospitality Management, Dubai. Professor Dr. Ravinder Rena, University of the Western Cape, South Africa. Dr. Rong Kwang, University of Plymouth, United Kingdom. We would like to invite you all to the technical session 3. Now, presenters, we would be starting the presentations and you will be given 10 minutes to present your researchers.
First, I would like to invite Ms. MWATN Vijay Surya, Sri Lanka Institute of Advanced Technological Education.
Good afternoon, all of you. I'm Nirman Vijay Surya. Today, I'm going to present my research title on Sustainability of Cultural Heritage Tourism, study based on Cultural Triangle in Sri Lanka. So I will move on to the background of my study. Cultural heritage tourism has become one of the most pervasive and fastest growing sectors of the tourism industry today. According to the annual statistical report 2019, the purpose of visits for Sri Lanka for cultural and religious factor identified as 0.03% by the international tourists. Cultural Triangle in Sri Lanka has great potentiality to develop cultural heritage tourism because it consists of unique cultural and heritage attractions, including the major 5 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, such as Sacred City of Anuradhapura, Kandy, and also the ancient city of Polonnaruwa, ancient city of Sigiriya, and ancient city of Dambulla. And also, according to the some scholars, they have pointed out when we develop the tourism industry, we want to use the sustainable tourism approach. And also some scholars have mentioned that regarding to the issues in Cultural Triangle. So according to the Sharpley 2003, he has stated that sustainability become most universally accepted as a desirable and politically appropriate approach to the tourism development. So in the Uduruvana stated that tourist awareness about the sacred places at Anuradhapura area was very poor level. And also, except to that, further, he has in 2015, he stated that almost all the places of Cultural Triangle have no enough consideration to return their tourists than other places. And also, Sivasen in 2019 stated that lacking of infrastructure, lacking of community participation, lacking of tourist facilities are the major challenges to sustainable tourism development in Kandy. And further, Muller in 1994 stated that economic well-being of locals, undisturbed nature, protection of resources, a healthy culture, optimum guest satisfaction affects for sustainable tourism development. According to the literature review, I created my research problem as how to achieve the sustainability of cultural heritage tourism in Cultural Triangle, Sri Lanka. Further, I stated focus to identify the factors which can affect to sustainable cultural heritage tourism and approach them in a relevant way to enhance the destination development. My research objectives were to identify the purpose of visit of the domestic tourists to the cultural triangle and to identify the major cultural heritage attraction in cultural triangle, to identify the target visitor market for the cultural triangle, and to enhance the sustainability in the cultural triangle. Here I'm coming to the methodology of my study. I used the deductive research approach and also quantitative research method I used, and my research type was the survey research type. And I collected data through primary data collection method, and my research instrument was the structured questionnaire, and I used the convenience sampling, and my study population was the domestic tourists who visited the cultural triangle. My sample size was created according to the domestic tourist arrivals in 2019. So I created my sample size as 268 domestic tourists. And when I calculating these, analyzing this data, I used the SPSS statistical version 23. And when I talk about my conceptual framework, according to the literature review of the literature, I identified that there are 3 independent variables and also dependent variables as sustainable cultural tourism. These independent variables are stakeholder involvement, environmental conservation, and also the tourist satisfaction. According to that, I created 3 hypotheses to test the relationship between the stakeholder involvement and the sustainability, and environmental conservation and the sustainability, and also the tourist satisfaction and the sustainability. When I move to the findings of the study, according to the frequency analysis, I have these results. So according to that, the highest percentage report to according to the age level between 40 to 59, it reported as 33%. And also when we consider about the purpose of visit for the cultural triangle, it reported as most of the domestic tourists, they were visited to the cultural triangle for religious and cultural purpose factor. It reported that 88%. Except to that, for vacation, education, and other purposes, most of the domestic tourists are traveling to cultural triangle. And also here I like to show about talk about what are the major domestic tourist visiting attraction. According to the data, according to the results, it reported that most of the domestic tourists, they like to visit sacred to Trili, Karwanmali Mahasaya, and Sri Mabodhi and Dambula Cave Temple. Those are the major attractions they like to visit. And to test the 3 hypotheses, I used the Pearson correlation analysis. There I identified that my correlation was significant at the 0.01 level. So it identified that there is a relationship between the stakeholder involvement and sustainability. There is a positive relationship between the environmental conservation and the sustainability, and also there is a positive relationship between the tourist satisfaction and sustainability. And according to the conclusion of this study, I found out that if we are developing cultural heritage tourism in cultural triangle, we want to get the assistance of this stakeholder involvement and also the environmental conservation we can develop or enhance more, and also we want to enhance the tourist satisfaction. And when I move on to the recommendation of this study, I recommend to increase the stakeholder involvement in cultural triangle with cooperated between these stakeholders such as local and international tourists and community who are living in residing in the cultural triangle, tourism entrepreneurs and authorities. And also we can develop SME tourism enterprises such as cane, Ayurvedic products, brassware, batik, pottery and handicraft. Through that we can develop the or enhance the community empowerment, and also we can promote and marketing these products by advertising campaigns and exhibitions, and we can do more tourism product diversification for the domestic tourists, such as we can use cycle tours and cultural events and festivals, both tours in Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa lakes, developing and promoting the community-based tourism in cultural triangle. So except to that, we can enhance the environmental sustainability leadership programs and conservation projects, and also awareness programs for students and for undergraduates. And also authorities can build up image development projects within the collaboration of stakeholders for cultural triangle. And further, we can create documentary competitions for lesser known attractions in cultural triangles, such as Moonstone in Abegiriya, Polonnaruwa, Naipena Vihara, Pabaluhera, Pidurangala, World Buddhist Museum, Kaladiyapakuna, etc. And also we can give that assistantship and sponsorship to these documentary winners to promote Sri Lankan cultural heritage. So those are my major recommendations according to this study. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. The next presentation, I would like to invite Dr. Anila Thomas, Jyoti Niwas College, India.
Very good afternoon to all of you. It's my pleasure and privilege to be part of the tourism conference. I express my heartfelt gratitude to Professor De Silva and the entire team for giving me the opportunity to give certain kind of few thoughts I can share with all of you. I hope I am audible.
Yes.
Let me share the screen. Is the screen visible?
Okay, we can see the screen.
Thank you. Yes. So basically, I just want to give a few kind of thoughts on the topic community-based tourism. How that it's actually Kudumbashree unit. It is one of the kind of initiative started by Kerala in the form of women empowerment. So I thought I can just take this during this pandemic situation. What is the relevance of having Kudumbashree unit, and what is the kind of role it is playing for community development? Basically, the background of the study. Is the slide moving? Yeah. Okay. So when you're looking through the background, I just want to a very important, a kind of quotation which it really impressed me a lot. We don't have to engage in grand heroic actions to participate in the process of change. Small actions, when multiplied by millions of people, it can transform the whole world. It's actually given by Howard Zinn, and actually, it reflects a lot of meaning to the topic which I'm dealing in. I'm trying to discuss here. You are seeing the Kudumbashree. It is basically, to tell you very frankly, it's a small kind of setup which throughout the Kerala, it's a kind of network. It is going on from, it's actually spread almost 10-15 years now. It is spread the whole part of India. It started with a small initiative, and basically it is showing the unity of the rural women. Okay, it's actually the rural women setup.
Excuse me, doctor. Can you go to the full screen?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay, so when it has come to the Kudumbashree, as I am telling, why I am focusing this is from the community involvement, I am coming to the community-based tourism. Okay, both have a little difference. Community participation or involvement, it has more. We need more support from the support for the community. That is community-based tourism. Why it is because Kerala is undergoing a lot of kind of issues since almost I can say last 10 years. If you're seeing, there are quite a number of flood is there, the health issues are there. I mean, the pandemic situation, it has lot of damage it has brought to the. You can also see many reflections, in socially, economically, and environmentally. So all this, when you're looking through, we need a kind of support to be given for the tourism sector as well as for the community. That is what I'm bringing under community-based tourism. And you can also see that the main, the benefit which community is getting, it is the monetary benefits are there, then the preservation of culture and heritage. Also, you can see, I'm just focusing few things only, conservation of environmental issues, as well as it is a kind of responsibility. It is teaching the people how to take care of the resources, as well as how to take care of, how to respect the local culture and the resources. So when it is coming to the community involvement, I have just focused few things like what can be the community, how it can be benefited through the community-based tourism. So I'm just very briefly I'm just highlighting. There are so many informal kind of occupations, occupational setups are there, which the local entrepreneurs are running, as well as community enterprise. I mean, a collective kind of enterprise are also available. Certain kind of enterprises or establishment, they are actually joint venture between the community as well as the private operators. Also, you can see the community involvement in certain planning board, like local administrative sector. All these are actually showing how the local involvement can be. It is possible for the tourism sector as well as for the whole community development. I'm just focusing to my main study. Here, there are three pillar kind of, I am just making it. One is, I'm projecting that the women empowerment. And second is how the community development is happening through the women empowerment, as well as here the building, the bridge is Kudumbashree units. Kudumbashree units are basically, it is a women setups, poor women setup, local women actually, rural women. So they are actually helping the community. They are actually empowered through the units, through the initiatives taken by the Kudumbashree projects, and in a way how it is helping for the community development. So my studies, very when you're looking through the approach or the kind of study approach I'm just taking, it is basically thematic content analysis. It's a very conceptual kind of study I'm taking. I'm not going further with, because I just want to highlight what are the projects, what are the initiatives Kudumbashree units have taken, and I have selected some 7 projects, and I just want to project and show that how it is helping for the community involvement. So I'm just going to the findings part. Women empowerment is basically, you can see that it's the best strategy. When you want to focus a community's development, first you have to think that women is the main source of development or main support for it. The whole, the local household to survive there. It's basically on Indian system is basically, we are trained in that way that we have to support each other. We have to take care of the family, and the whole family's involvement. It is the development. It is centered on the women itself, because they are actually supporting a lot with the whole family members. It's a kind of connection. It's a link between all the members. It is possible there. And through this Kudumbashree unit, basically it is projecting the sustainable livelihood opportunity. So when you're looking through the sustainability as well as the opportunity, through the resource generation or opportunity, this rural women are getting a chance. They're actually showing that it's a symbol of hope, okay, for their family. And when you're looking them, society as at large also, you can, I mean, their development is also possible. And also you can see here that there are various projects. The basic intention of why this Kudumbashree unit have come, it is because they actually want to eradicate poverty. But when you want to go through the eradication of poverty, you need to concentrate more on, you need to support the Kudumbashree, I mean the women itself. Then only if the women is earning, if the women is bringing more, economically more secure, the whole family also will be automatically, it is benefited. Okay, and it is actually reflecting on the whole the family's well-being as well as the community's well-being also. Okay, I'm not focusing more on the thing. I'm directly going to the this is, I just want to focus. As I'm saying that community-based tourism, okay, it is how the Kudumbashree unit, how it can be a support. Ayalkootam is basically in Malayalam, the local language, it is the neighborhood community. Okay, neighborhood, it's a gathering, it's a, kind of, it shows the unity there. So these kind of, there are a lot of traditional entrepreneurial practices, which is, initiated by Kudumbashree units. They are actually giving a lot of support to the women as well as for the community. I have just mentioned, 4 to 5, I just focus that way. This is one is cultivating and supplying medicinal plant. Why I'm saying certain kind of initiative, it is connecting with the tourism aspect also. I mean the tourism industry, tourism sector of Kerala. This cultivation of medicinal plant, it is actually connected with Ayurvedic tourism as well as wellness tourism. Lot of support these Kudumbashree units are giving. They have their own way, the plant cultivation as well as the supply also. And this is basically in contract. I mean, it is linking to the production units, and this also helps to have more manufacture. I mean, the production unit is becoming more self-sufficient. In a way, it is helping the community development. And also you can see various, the local production units of, you can see here various food or eateries are there. Like you can also spice cultivation or spice cultivation as well as spice production also. I mean the masala or such kind of the powder, spice powder when they are making. These are all way you are just showing that the local product is also equally important when it comes to the branded product. Okay. And also you can see there are handicraft production units are there, then coir industry. It is one of the original kind of, very indigenous kind of cottage industry of Kerala that is also giving a lot of entrepreneurial opportunities or practices for the Kudumbashree units. Okay, and directly I'm just coming to the opportunity. I'm just focusing on 7 initiatives, which is the projects which is put forth by Kudumbashree units, and this is actually giving opportunity for the community also to be benefited. First and foremost one I want to say is that is the Kerala Shree consultancy. So basically, when you are looking the Kudumbashree, though it is the gathering of women, they are actually giving support for the whole family members of that locality, the local region itself. So this is acting like it was in 2006 only this initiative have come, and they're actually standing as a link between the job seekers as well as the potential recruiters. This is, I'm talking about not the big kind of brand or anything. I'm just talking this local availability, employment availability, and those who are very needy, they can be getting the kind of consultant as well as consultancy, in the sense they can get guidance as well as they can also get help in place, in placing in different kind of area, like career growth. It is focusing on the career growth of educate youth of poor family. Basically, it is mainly meant for the poor household units. Second and most important one is that is community network and community marketing network, that is home shop system. Like nowadays you can see here many of the town areas or cities, there are the branded kind of the shopping malls are there. This is also a kind of shopping network only, but it is actually home shop system. Okay, and it is in the year 2010 it was initiated, and they are actually working as marketing channel or marketing network. Okay, local brands are actually promoted through these units, and distribution is also happening by the women, that is the Kudumbashree members only, and they are actually focusing on relationship marketing because they don't have much on giving a lot of investment on any kind of promotional methods or any campaign or anything, but normally it is focusing on the vocal kind of method only, and they are focusing more on the relationship marketing method. Then another important initiative, the opportunity or a project which is that is community kitchen. So when you are seeing the term community kitchen, it is actually reflecting that it is something very it's a place where local cuisine or the traditional kind of cuisine is promoted. Okay, and this initiative was in the year 2014. It was introduced, and it is like a nutrition education center. Okay, like more focus is on addressing the malnutrition of the community itself. Like a lot of the people are not. I mean, when you're the whole localities, the health and well-being, it's actually focusing on that, and they are popularizing the traditional form of agriculture because they need this community kitchen. They are actually getting the resources from the locality itself. They are only giving the community. They are taking the support of community to have the farming, like local kind of farming, that to traditional way, and they are getting the ingredients. And you can also see here that a lot of tribal kind of tribal communities are benefited because of this initiative, community kitchen. Then next one is Cafe Shri. So when you're looking, the Cafe Shri, it is also a kind of brand, like a I mean, it's a kind of restaurant network only. It's a branded restaurant. It's a local network, local brand only. But throughout India, throughout Kerala, it is actually there since 2014. The initiative was started. Now when you are looking through the data, which is from the Kudumbashree's website itself, now I'm actually frequently going through all these details. I came to know that more than
Doctor, sorry to interrupt you. You have passed 10 minutes time, and we can give you only 1 minute more to conclude your presentation.
Okay. Thank you. So there are 1,000 units. They are serving ethnic local cuisines and culture of Kerala. And this Cafe Shri, it's basically, it is the only brand that actually showcasing diverse ethnicity of Kerala. Now there are two more, there are three more units are there. That is the Bridge School. Bridge School is basically, it is related to the dropouts. There are a lot of dropout cases are there in the local, neighborhood locality. That is the local, especially the rural region. People, many students, they will drop out. So for those students, this initiative of this Bridge School is actually making sure that they're creative, or they're kind of they are coming back to the mainstream school. So for that, they need some kind of backup, some kind of residential support, and they make sure that they are trained to continue their studies. Then Kudumbashree school is also there. That is actually a training center. The school not indicate that it's a school project, but it is actually taking care of the training part, leadership, creative, then skill, personality development, all these kind of training is provided through the Kudumbashree school project. And the last one, that is Bhaksha Suraksha Bhavanam. This is basically food security. This is also equally important to educate the community regarding the food, safe and nutritious kind of food culture it is developing. So basically all this why I have show that this Kudumbashree mission, it is the project. Through that, they are actually giving a lot of support to the community. But only thing is that also has to be because of the pandemic, because of the existing current kind of environmental as well as the hazard, like natural hazard. All these are facing, the Kerala is facing. But still, if you're just supporting, there are a lot of strategy or a lot of deliberation required to come out with a brainstorming required to revive the industry as soon as possible, so that it will benefit the community as well as the tourism sector. Thank you so much for giving the opportunity. I sincerely thank Dr. De Silva and the entire team for once again express my heartfelt thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anila. Now I invite panel chair, Professor Dr. Joseph Chia of Wakayama University, Japan, to proceed with the discussion.
Thank you for that, Mr. Karunananda. I'm sure you can hear me, so if you can't hear me, please say something.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you to the two presenters, Ms. Wijayasuriya and Dr. Anila Thomas. Thank you for your very enlightening presentations. The way I will do this, chair the session, I will just make some summary comments and then invite the 5 panelists. We have 5 panelists today in a session that's an hour long. So with the panelists, can I ask you to perhaps spend 5 minutes, and that will allow us to have some conversations at the end. So our panelists are Dr. Marina Ambroseko, Professor Venkat Rao, Professor Sanjay Nadkarni, Professor Ravinder Rena, and Dr. Rong Huang. So welcome all. So please first let me make some brief comments. And I see Professor Suranga here. Hello, Professor Suranga. It's been a while. So I'll just make some brief comments. This is a very timely session, Tourism for Inclusive Growth and Development, because as we know, World Tourism Day this year, 2021, this is the theme. Before we get to the panelists and hear their remarks, I just wanted to focus on two key things on inclusive tourism. And you will see in the chat, I've posted a message with the two links to the documents I will refer to. Firstly, as I said, the UNWTO has designated this year the Year for Inclusive Tourism Growth. Now, when we talk about inclusive growth, really we are talking about equity, we are talking about fairness, we are talking about trickle-down economics, we are talking about ensuring that all stakeholders benefit from tourism. But I just wanted to spotlight something, because when we talk about inclusive development, vaccine equity shines a very important spotlight on all of this, right? Because we know that vaccine equity is going to be important to tourism restarting. Interestingly, we see in Sri Lanka, 67.5% of people have had at least one dose. 58% have had two. In India, just over 50% having one dose and 20% having two. But then we go to other countries like Bangladesh, for example, where only 23.4% have had one dose and only 12% have had two doses. And then if we go to Southeast Asia, we see countries like Indonesia, 40% have had one dose, 23% have had two. But interestingly, Myanmar, only 15% of people have had one dose and less than 8% of people have had two doses. So when we talk about inclusive development and inclusive tourism, vaccine equity shines a really bright light on what we mean by inclusivity. Nevertheless, let's get started on this. The UNWTO released a report in 2018, Inclusive Tourism Destinations. And like most academics, we have to define what we mean by inclusive tourism, right? As the General Secretary of the World Tourism said, if well planned and managed, inclusive tourism has the capacity to bridge the gaps that exist in our global connected society and contribute to minimizing social divides. And we see with the two presentations earlier how an important emphasis is on stakeholder involvement and stakeholder benefit. We see that Ms. Wijasuria talked about how stakeholder involvement is important to sustainable tourism. We see Dr. Anila Thomas talking about the Kudambashri concept, which is a fantastic concept. And once again, it's about networks and community. But importantly, if we move from the practitioner perspective of the UNWTO to the academic perspective, Professor Regina Shavens and Robin Biddulph published a paper called Inclusive Tourism Development in 2018 in the journal Tourism Geographies. And here's what they said. A concern with inclusiveness enables analytical links to be made between the stated ambitions of policymaking and grassroots initiatives. These involve a plethora of different actors in diverse settings. And in other words, inclusive tourism development attempts not only to widen access to consumption, production, and benefit sharing in existing tourism sites, but also to redraw the tourism map in order to create new sites of experience and interaction. So, with that said, with that introduction, let's perhaps go to our dignitaries on the panel to see what they've had to say about inclusive tourism, and also some of their feedback perhaps from the two papers that were presented. So why don't we start in order with the panelists on the program? And can I please hand over the microphone to you, Professor Marina Ambroseko?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Oh, very well, very well, very well. Thank you, thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to thank Professor Suranga, the Vice Chancellor of Colombo University, and all the organizational staff for organizing the 7th International Tourism Research Conference and inviting me today. Well, today we are here to talk about the future of tourism after COVID-19, considering that tourism was one of the sectors hit hardest by the global pandemic. 2020 was the worst year on record for international travel due to the global pandemic, with the countries taking a decisive action to protect their citizens, closing borders and halting international travel. The result was a 74% decline in international visitor arrivals, equivalent to over $1 trillion revenue losses, and an estimated 62 million fewer jobs. The impact on international travel has been even more severe, with a 90% drop on 2019, resulting in a potential $1 trillion loss. And while the economic impact is there in itself, nearly 9 million lives have been lost in the pandemic. What does it mean? It means that the path to recovery will be long and slow. But today, I would like to start with what we have learned from this terrible pandemic. We have learned that rapidity is fundamental in getting off a critical situation. Technology has entered our everyday life at different levels. Sanitation and safety good practices have become compulsory. Social distance has underlined that human beings are social animals and need connection. And then awareness, a deepest consciousness of environment. And from these elements, we are able, perhaps today, to build a new strategy to face the challenge of starting tourism again. Why strategy? Because nothing will be as before, and we have to consider a new approach, as only the companies will give a quick and creative solution will survive. Today, we have talked about sustainable tourism, and this concept led to another concept deeply tied to sustainable tourism, that is sustainable development. These two concepts are as well very connected to the new form of tourism, that is proximity tourism. Proximity tourism involves domestic travelers and offers different forms of tourism and hospitality, referring to smaller groups of tourists and using smaller types of accommodation as boutique hotels. But we have to consider that proximity tourism will be more sustainable only if we may apply more and more technology and digital information, perhaps for informing about the number of people visiting a certain tourist sites or certain restaurants or certain territories at that fixed time. So if we want to survive, and we need to survive to this terrible economic crisis, more dramatic and more unusual, different from any other crisis before, even from the one of 1929, because this crisis of service in the same time, no demand, no offer, and the basic principle of economic stoppage, we have to restart from technology, planning, and then new concept of tourism, because as a matter of fact, today more and more we are going to speak about and we talk about experiential tourism, emotional tourism, and religious tourism, because what we have to consider is the attitude of travelers has changed, and now travelers are more conscious about the importance of cultural aspects, are more conscious about religious aspects, and in this case, we need to prepare strategies who have to take into account these peculiar aspects. So to create a new tourism product, starting on this aspect, we have to consider that it is important to create mechanisms at the global, regional, and country levels to manage the current crisis, engaging all relevant stakeholders. We need to unify messages in support of consumer confidence and public perception, and even media and the poor public influencer relation have to be part of this strategy, and we have to develop messages that have to increase the confidence of the final users. Develop crisis scenarios based on data and dynamics of the current crisis has to be taken into consideration, because crisis and risk management strategies have to be considered inside the new strategies in conceiving new type of tourist products. So what I'm saying is that it is important to elaborate a global crisis response strategy to support tourism preparedness for future mitigation and recovery needs. And we have as well to consider that it is important to diversify tourism to avoid dependence on one single activity or market. At the same time, domestic markets are often the backbone of the sector. And last summer in Italy, we have seen that thanks to domestic tourism, the season was very considerable, and operators were almost happy about the income of tourists during the period from June to September 2029. So it is important to work to make domestic and inter-regional travel more competitive, and it is important as well to address the underlying shifts in demand. We have to consider that the attitude and the changes in consumers are, as a matter of fact, now
Professor,
under our eyes. Yes.
Extremely sorry to disturb you. We can give you around 30 seconds. Can you wind up your speech?
Okay. So just to conclude, I think that just to come back to the argument of the project work of Dr. Thomas, it means that it is very important as well in this strategy to conceive a deep dive between public and private, so that it is possible to provide more vulnerable communities and groups with the capacity to develop new tourism products supporting rural regions and disadvantaged communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Marina, Professor Marina Ambrosecchio, for joining us from Milan. And now we go to another part of the world. We go to India, Pondicherry University, Professor Venkat Rao. Venkat, nice to see you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. Yeah. First of all, let me take only 5 minutes. It is 4:27 India time, and then I will just finish it by 4:32, 33 maximum. So let me thank Joseph and Cheers for giving me this opportunity, and my thanks are due to our ITRC 2021 organizers, Professor Suranga Silva. Once in a year, they are just giving us a platform to share our research and then our reading, and then our academic thoughts. We are just sharing this for the cross, and our international friends, they are just exchanging our ideas. So let me just at the outset appreciate the organizers for keeping the title Inclusive Growth and Sustainable Tourism Development. So just now, the chief has shared an article. It was published in 2017. So actually, the inclusive tourism is not new to us. Of course, we have celebrated World Tourism Day this year, 2021, with the theme of inclusive growth. But whereas when you look at two important things, because I want to just quote from the last 20 years, especially 2007 and 8 economic crisis. So when economic crisis was there in 2007 and 8, after the crisis was over, gradually the global economy started recovering, and then that witnessed the gradual even increase of inequalities among the societies in multi level. So this is one incident that we noticed in the last 20 years. The 20 years, what happened, if you see, it is actually the report that I am just referring from OECD, like Organization of Economic and Cooperation and Development. So they just reported in the last 20 years, if you see, the haves and have-nots, rich and poor, the gap is increasing. So when the gap is increasing, and we have reached to a stage where after almost 20 years, now we have a pandemic where in the pandemic, again, we are going to see the problem of inequalities, and then problem of becoming poor more poorer, and then problem of becoming richer is further richer, and success, the people are becoming further success. So let me take again example, the second example from SARS 2003. So when this virus affected some parts of the world, especially from Asian countries. So in Asian countries, when the SARS was affected in 2003, there was apprehension that the tourism may not recover as quickly as possible. But the China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and some of the Asian countries noticed that, and it is a review of literature that we identified, there is a gradual pickup, and then you can see that the tourism has come back. So out of the effect of the SARS. So these are the two examples. Just I want to take the base to explain the why inclusive growth is required at this point of time. So why UNWTO taken the theme of inclusive growth for this year, and then future, how it is going to be relevant. So for that, I want to just refer the article that was given by our chairs. And at the same time, if you look at the pandemic, the crisis, inclusive growth and sustainable development, and then the relationship between the sustainable tourism development and the inclusive growth. And then when you look at the 2030 agenda, that is SDG, the 17, out of 17, we have the 4 major the goals which are related to inclusive growth, and especially the second principle of SDG that I'm just going to quote in the later stage. So all these now are very much required at this point of time as far as inclusive growth is concerned in the new normality or the post-COVID-19 crisis. So when you look at as the Cheers is mentioning about the concept of inclusive growth. Inclusive growth, we all know that it is all about the fair deal. It is all about the kind of the prosperity, distribution, and then it is all about the poverty elevation, and then it is mostly related to economic growth that creates opportunity for all groups of the population, and the distribution of the dividends of increased prosperity, and both in monetary and then non-monetary terms fairly across the society. So that means whatever the economic development that is happening and across the world, including developed and then even developing nations. So this economic development is supposed to be distributed evenly in a fair manner across all the communities and across the society. That is the inclusive growth. So we are talking now the more, and then it is going to be more relevant because there is a exclusion growth. Exclusion growth has happened last several years, especially, of course, thanks to the various nations. Nations, they are giving priority for the governments and then the economic development. In that context, you can see now the another important dimension here, exclusive growth, or how it is actually affected the societies, because as Cheers mentioned very clearly that everywhere you will find that a lot of poverty is there, and still below poverty line people are existing. And in that context, how tourism can become a solution, and then how tourism can be used as the strategy for inclusive growth of the society, right? So here, sustainable development that happens when there is a inclusive growth, that is the one important thing that I want to find out. And the another important thing is in the post-COVID the crisis. So what is important thing is the second.
Professor, can you hear me?
Yeah. Just I'm taking only 1 minute. So the second principle of 2030 agenda developmental goals It is one slogan, and then one idea is leave no one behind. Leave no one behind. That means we have to take everyone along with us. That is the slogan. With that, we have three important SDGs, like the one, no poverty, the fifth one, gender equality, eighth one, decent work and economic growth, and 10th one, and reduce inequalities. So these are the three important things that on that basis we have to look at, and then see the governments are going to work on this and develop the strategies by keeping all these SDGs, four important things that are related to inclusive growth. And then you can see there is the fair deal and fair trade, and then the prosperity, and then the peace that is actually enjoyed by everyone in the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Venkat Rao from Pondicherry, for that very important comments you made, especially about leaving no one behind. And really, that's the essence of what we think inclusive tourism should be. Now, let's go to our next panelist, Professor Sanjay Nadkarni in Dubai. Hello, Sanjay. Nice to see you. I'll hand you the microphone. You're on mute. Unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, that was... and I'd asked, am I audible? Well, I was on mute. Thanks, Joseph. Thanks for pointing out. Okay. Thanks, Professor Suranga. Thanks, the organizers, for having me here on this panel. Again, I wish I could have been in Sri Lanka, but because of COVID, this is the second year I'm missing this annual event. Nevertheless, since the theme of this panel is on inclusivity, let me kind of start off by sort of pointing out what inclusivity means. It's about giving a level playing field. Okay, our development theories of yore, which are unfortunately still being adhered to in many instances, have focused on aid, grants, essentially driving the donor's agenda. We still see this happening. Modernization meant essentially westernization, completely sidelining local knowledge bases. And so it's not so much about top-down, trickle-down, but more about horizontal flow across. So as the saying goes, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you will feed him for a lifetime. So what we are seeing now in the 21st century, where development theory is moving, microstructures are moving into action, actor orientation, agency-based interventions. Structuralism is giving way to constructivism. Generalizing, homogenizing is now being replaced by differentiating. And from singular, we are moving into plural realm. And the Western centricism is eventually being replaced by polycentricism. And on that note, when referring to inclusivity, what we need to understand is interventions should not necessarily be seen as charity, but providing an opportunity to be self-reliant by being able to monetize the tourism assets, both tangible as well as intangible. My area of research is more on the role of technology, and technology has a huge role to play when it comes to tourism, inclusive tourism. So for instance, ICT4D, which stands for Information Communications Technologies for Development, assumes a whole new significance within this paradigm. Way back in 2009, my mentor, Professor Walter Jameson, and I had argued in an editorial for a special issue of a journal we had edited that pro-poor tourism as a term by itself is rather condescending, and it should be replaced by something more politically correct, like T4D, Tourism for Development, that encompasses the triple bottom line sustainability. So when I say triple bottom line, it's about the economic, social, and environmental sustainability. Now, what role do education institutions have to play in fostering inclusive development? Sadly, the conventional education system continues to remain exclusive and increasingly incapable of meeting the industry's contemporary requirements, because most universities are stuck in this academic orthodoxy, passing it off as rigor. The incessant push to sweat the faculty to teach more hours and or publish or perish just to bump up the productivity metrics is now beginning to take its toll on the effectiveness of traditional degrees. So what's the solution to this? As educators, I think we should probably focus on taking a leaf from the startup ecosystem. The need of the moment is to set up accelerators at scale for social entrepreneurship at the grassroots level. There are isolated initiatives, but in order to have any meaningful impact, these need to be scaled up and mainstreamed within the university ecosystems so that there is an opportunity to reinvent ourselves to be relevant and useful rather than being exclusive academic ivory towers. But the question is, are policymakers listening? So I'll end my pitch on that question because I'm sure we have policymakers as well as practitioners here amongst us. So thanks.
Thank you, Professor Nadkarni, for provoking some very important thoughts there, especially your well-known work, Tourism for Development, with Professor Jamison, and this idea of a level playing field. And you put the challenge to policymakers. Very good. All right, let's go to the next panelist, please, to Professor Dr. Ravinda Rena from the University of the Western Cape, South Africa. Professor Rena, over to you. You're on mute. You need to unmute yourself, Professor Rena.
Yes, I hope you can hear me now.
Yes.
Yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a proud privilege for me to be part of this international tourism conference organized by University of Colombo. I must thank the Vice Chancellor, Professor Chedrika, and the Dean of the Faculty, HOD, and especially our beloved brother and good friend, Professor Suranga De Silva, and also Professor Sampath, and all other panelists, fellow panelists, and colleagues across the globe. Thank you very much. It's indeed an important topic that the conference organizers have chosen. Now we are sitting with so many problems, particularly for the past 1.5 years. And when we look at the theme of the conference, it is the inclusivity. The inclusivity is an important point for the economic growth and development. Now, the concept of the world tourism has started probably more than 41 years. That was 27th of September 1980. So 41 years down the line, we are celebrating this tourism day, but we are growing unequally. Actually, there is so much inequalities, so much differences that we are growing with. So we need to eradicate that. The concept of this year, 2021, is inclusivity. The inclusive growth is an important point for the tourism development. But the point, and they started in an African country called Ivory Coast, which is a coastal country of Africa in the Atlantic Ocean. So they started the concept there because we need to collectively work together. It's not one-man show. And when we look at the tourism statistics, ladies and gentlemen, the statistics reveal that we had it at one stage 30 years ago, the number of tourists were only 300 million. Now we are looking at the figure like 1.5 billion people. That is a massive growth in the tourism industry for the past 30 years. But what had happened for the last 1 year? And then you can say, one can imagine, and all the tourism experts here, they can agree with me that there was a downfall of 85% in the tourism industry. So meaning that there's so much downfall within the revenue generation and employment, and so many other things have been, probably lost within this industry that we need to look at. And just to give you a snapshot view, who is controlling the tourism? For example, France is the country which has got almost 90 million people attracting every year. Before 1919, I'm talking about. Now, Spain is yet another second country where it attracts close to 88 million people. And whereas country like India, now India has got so much to offer, it can attract only 17 million people per year. And South Korea, for example, and maybe we can look at Thailand case, Malaysian case, Hong Kong case, they have more tourists than India, for instance. Now, such a beautiful country, Sri Lanka. Now, what is happening in Sri Lanka? Sri Lanka can attract only 2 million people. I mean, if you look at the last year's statistics and this year's statistics, we only got about a little more than 600,000 people. So from 2 million, 600,000 people, and a country like Sri Lanka, which is depending upon tourism, and the train journey from LR to Kandy, if you look at the train journey, one can imagine, and the people of Sri Lanka, they understand that people who visited Sri Lanka, they know better than me, that is one of the magnificent journeys, not only in Sri Lanka, not only in Asian continent, but also in the world. But we didn't recognize that. And the number of tourists, the income that is generated by Sri Lanka for every year is only less than 4 billion. So Sri Lanka can generate more income. But we need to work hand in hand with inclusivity. That inclusivity is not taking place. Now, us, Asia as a continent, we are having only less than 360 million people visiting. Look at Europe. Europe is such a tiny continent in the world, which is almost the same size of Canada. Canada is a country, Europe is a continent. By and large, they are equal to each other. Now, Europe has got close to 800 million tourists that they visit Europe. What is there in Europe, actually? So these are the fundamentals that the policymakers here, we need to think about how to change this paradigm shift. We cannot grow the tourism industry. If you come to Africa, the number of Africa has got 55 countries, and Africa attracts only less than 65 million. 65 million China alone attracts per year. So we need to think about these things, ladies and gentlemen. And America is a country that attracts probably 76 to 77 million people. So there is so much deviation, so much inequality that persists within the tourism industry, and all the tourism experts and also the governments and the United Nations World Tourism Organization. We need to think about that. We need to work hand in hand. We need to use Africa as one of the continent which has got so much potential for tourism. And island countries like Sri Lanka, Mauritius, Seychelles, and Maldives, and all these countries come together and must also contribute and work together for the tourism growth and development. So that's what is needed here. I hope I will add some more points when I get a chance, Dr. Joseph. I don't want to overstep the boundary of my time that is given to me. I hope that is in order. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Renner. You raised some really important points about uneven development. And I think the potential for Africa is certainly recognized. And we just look at things like vaccine equity as an example. If we are to get global tourism happening again, we need to have vaccine equity, right? We can't have people going to destinations where the destination communities are largely unvaccinated. So let's move to our final panelist, Dr. Rong Huang from the University of Plymouth in the United Kingdom, in the Northern Hemisphere. Welcome, Dr. Huang. Please go ahead.
Okay, and I just wonder whether we can use slides or slides is fine. Is it fine with me?
Can you upload your slides? Can you share your screen?
Yes, I can share the screen. That's easily, if that is allowed.
Yeah, if you share your screen, you should be able to get your slides up.
Okay, that's brilliant. Can you see my slides now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, just now, thank you very much, everybody. I'm enjoying listening everybody's different view, and certainly now come from, as you can see, I'm Chinese, but I work in British University for the last 16 years. So I was very interested in the topic everybody discussed about equality, inclusivity, and my question is always, can tourism promote inclusive growth? And I look at Cornwall, which is next county to Plymouth, and you can see the lovely view, and the COVID certainly had an impact on the tourism industry in Cornwall. And when we look at the inclusive growth and tourism industry is perceived as driving the economic growth by generating employment, income, and government revenue. But if you look at inclusive growth, this is concept highly contested. And but tourism role in the economic growth has been little discussed in the light of the inclusive growth. And if you look at the literature, you will find there are very few case studies about how inclusive growth is implemented in the different countries, and mainly in Southeast Asian country. And if you look at the government report, tend to come from the African countries. if you look at current literature, some people, especially from tourism aspect, argue the sustained and inclusive growth reinforce the primacy of the capital, and the market notion of justice continues to perpetuate a growth-driven tourism development model. Is this the right model? And I focus my presentation mainly on the sustainable development goal, decent work, and economic growth. I look at Cornwall, next county to me, and tourism is the biggest sector in Cornwall, supporting 1 in 5 jobs and the projected growth at 3.8% each year through the 2025. And it is a very big brand for the domestic tourist, and area attract 4 million tourists from UK. It is really important for the tourism industry. It's very important for this county. But if you look at the GDP for this county is 70% lower than the national average. And the high proportion of employment being low pay and seasonal. Before Brexit, this is the only county in Britain actually allow for European funding. So this is a county full of very strong in tourism industry, but needed the European funding to support. COVID hit the county so hard, and when they had opened up, allow the tourists come in, and the tourists can't go, British tourists can't go to other country at that time. A lot of British tourists coming down, and the problem is over tourism. We say, a lot of research say that the pandemic taught us to think again about tourism development. What happened when the door opened? A lot of tourists traveling, over tourism again become phenomenon. And that's happening in Cornwall. You can see the picture, you can see the news report, and over tourism again. Have we learned a lesson? I ask myself, industry learned a lesson in which way? If we allow the capital to control the development, where will lead us? And I want to show you 2 slides to see the decent work and the host community. If you look at the decent work, and the chronic shortage of full-time jobs in Cornwall have made Cornwall one of the poorest regions in Europe. And the youth employment more than doubled in the Southwest during the pandemic, and especially in Cornwall. If you look at the different report from last year, you will find that they're talking about Cornwall have many jobs, but no career. And if you look at Cornwall, there are people talking about the 2 tales of Cornwall. Food banks amid with a luxury hotel holiday net. To be honest, use my own as example, during the summer holiday, 1 week stay in Cornwall, I can pay for 3 weeks stay in Malta. And where are going? That is the difference. And the food banks support the local people who can't even afford to eat. This is in UK. And the pandemic hit the local people very hard. The house price in Cornwall soared during the pandemic. And what happened is more than 50% higher than the national optimum. Bear in mind, they are 70% lower than national average in terms of GDP. The house price is 50% higher than the national optimum. And why? Because Cornwall is a lovely place. Home working, stay at home working. A lot of people from London, the big city, moved down to Cornwall to buy the second home to stay in Cornwall. And the local people can't afford to buy the house in the local area. And the locals phased out. There are a lot of story about the local young people can't afford the house to actually stay in the place the generation has stayed there. We're not talking about developing country. We're talking about UK, the country just next to me. And I just use a lovely picture to show you the reality in the county next to me. So what I want to say, my presentation, short presentation, is provide sort of contribution to the ongoing debate of inequality and development, testing the part of the so-called inclusive growth concept in the Cornwall. Equitable business opportunity, robust employment strategy that benefit broader section of the local community, seemingly diminishing, not increasing. And my presentation raised further question whether tourism can lead more inclusive tourism. to inclusive growth. My presentation might make you a little bit pessimistic, but there is a hope. Inclusive growth agenda does not need to be perfect. It simply has to be better than the alternatives. And to do this, I try to come out with some solution. What we can do better? The first one, the framework, the inclusive framework need to be redeveloped, need to refine and develop. They need to flesh out with evidence on the actual intervention that help translate intervention, the intention to the outcomes, because we need outcomes, not just good intention. Number two is degrowth strategy, because what happened is over tourism is not gone. Pandemic, yes, possibly change our experience for short period of time. Over tourism is happening. And we need to think about over tourism. When we're thinking about degrowth strategy, we need to emphasize, reconcile degrowth strategy with the fairness, equity, and the justice. And thirdly, is the language we use. English language, sustainable development, inclusive development, and all these kind of words we need to reconsider. We need to understand those words in the wide range of cultural background. What is a diverse cultural understanding of decent work that may be excluded from such discourse? Because emphasize inclusive growth is in English. How about in other language? How they explain this kind of decent work in sustainable development? Okay, that's all from me, from Plymouth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Huang. If you can unshare your screen, that would be great. So you've raised some really important points there and to complement all of the others. So we've covered a spectrum of issues, but Dr. Huang talked about the highly contested nature of inclusive tourism, the primacy of capital. As we know, tourism is ultimately a business, right? Capital to some degree dictates the momentum shifts we see, and the importance of decent work, the displacement of locals, degrowth. Degrowth is a particularly important concept, and it reminds me of a colleague from Zimbabwe who said that in the West, everyone talks about degrowth, but for us in Africa, we want growth. We don't want degrowth. So we see that all of these concepts are quite contested. So in the little time we have, before I hand over to all of the other panelists to make some final comments, the paper that I posted the details for in the chat by Professor Regina Shavens and Professor Robin Biddulph, they say that inclusive tourism, there are several components to inclusive tourism. The first one is that inclusive tourism must overcome barriers to disadvantaged groups to access tourism as producers or consumers. Second, inclusive tourism must facilitate self-representations by those who are marginalized or oppressed so that their stories can be told and that their culture are represented in ways that are meaningful. Item 3, that inclusive tourism challenges dominant power relations. Item 4, inclusive tourism widens the range of people who contribute to decision-making about development of tourism, especially local people. Number 5, inclusive tourism provides opportunities for new places. In other words, to be able to spread tourism across a country or a region rather than have it concentrated in one place. And the last thing inclusive tourism should be, according to Shavens and Biddulph, is that it should encourage learning, exchange, and mutually beneficial relationships, which promote understanding and respect between hosts and guests. Sounds like a utopia, and you know what we would ideally hope we could achieve. So let's go to the panelists, perhaps in order of once again appearance. Professor Marina Ambrosecchio, do you have any final comments you'd like to share in relation to inclusive tourism, please? You need to unmute yourself, please, Professor Ambrosecchio.
In Italy, we had more or less the same problem of our overcrowding in Venice and in some other tourist cities. But at the moment, in my opinion, is not to have a real strategy concerning the growth in tourism, but a new strategy in offering a new type of tourist product more connected with traditional experience and cultural aspects. Having said that, I would like to to tell something concerning the first talk that Professor Ravinder, I think, said at the beginning, concerning the fact that Europe is a continent, Canada is a nation, and there are different average of tourist flux concerning Europe, concerning Canada, or concerning Africa. Of course, in my opinion, these differences concerns the different type of niche of tourism that are conceived in consideration of that particular nations or continent. Of course, if we are going to talk about Europe, we have particular specificities of cultural forms of cultural tourism. And if we are going to speak about Canada, of course, there are other forms of tourism. So perhaps when we are going to talk about possibilities of inclusive tourism as a form of, includes people and the local inhabitants in creating new forms of tourism, of course, we have to go back to the roots, to the cultural roots of the people in that particular destination. So all these aspects lead perhaps to the forms of inclusive tourism, because as a matter of fact, inclusive tourism leads to the root of the people. Starting on that, we may conceive a new form of inclusive tourism.
Thank you, Professor Ambrosecchio. So that new forms of tourism and the link to cultural tourism as a device that can help inclusive tourism. Perhaps we go to Professor Venkat Rao. Some final quick comments from you, Professor Rao.
Yeah. So as I was mentioning, the two major incidents for last 20 years, the 2006 and 2003 SARS. So from that, by learning lessons, so in the post-COVID-19, so what is required? So we have to just completely, focus on inclusive growth, inclusive development of tourism that is going to lead to the a true sustainable tourism development. So even if you just look at the United Nations Sustainable Developmental Goals, that as I was mentioning about 1, 5, 8, and 10, these are the four major the goals, SDG, the goals. These are related to inclusive growth. So now the point is, the governments across the world, they're supposed to focus on, because the development is going to happen. The tourism is going to come back. When the development is happening, so this development is supposed to be across, because whatever economic development that is happening, that must be shared among all these sections of the society. For that, the government has to come out with complete the policies, the relevant policies, and then projects. Like in Kerala, we have Dr. Anila Thomas just shared in her presentation, Kutumba Shri model. So similar kind of models are supposed to be introduced to incorporate or involve marginalized and women and young people and socially deprived the community is supposed to be involved in the development that is going to happen in a rapid way in the post-COVID-19. This is my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rao. So once again, we hear the emphasis on policy, on government policy. Unfortunately, as we know, there are many governments around the world that are not so good at policy, are they? So let's move on to the next panelist for his comments. Professor Nadkarni from Dubai. Any final comments?
Yeah, I'll just pick up on the article you cited, Inclusive Tourism Development by Regina Shevins and Robin Biddulph. The last point, you mentioned there are 8 sort of indicators for inclusive growth. The last one in particular, knowledge sharing, I guess that is pretty much relevant to us as educators, because this is something that we have to put into practice. And in fact, I'm just going to share a paper that I had done on that. It's called Knowledge Creation, Retention, Exchange, Devolution, Interpretation, and Treatment K-Credit as an Economic Growth Driver in Pro-Poor Tourism. I'm conscious of the time constraints, so I won't get more into it, but I've shared the link. You can have a look. Thanks. That's
That's all from my side.
Thank you, Professor Nadkarni. That's great that you shared that paper. If everyone can see the link, I suggest you download it now for some bedtime reading later on. But yeah, you make a very good point. If people are going to be involved and if we're going to increase participation, we need to give people the capacity, and with knowledge comes greater capacity. So let's move on to Professor Rene in South Africa. Professor Rene, some final
Professor Joseph, thank you very much. From my side, the amount of money that we lost, the amount of jobs that we lost, it will take at least another 3 years or so for us to come back to the same track where we were 2 years ago. So that is one point I wanted to emphasize. The other point is that we have the tourism tycoons like France, as I indicated, Spain, America, China. So indeed, France is a master, colonial master, where Africa has got Francophone Africa, for example. We got about 14, 15 countries in Africa that are colonized by France. Why France cannot take those countries and try to develop the tourism of those countries, for example? So that is the way that we need to work. We in South Africa believe in Ubuntu philosophy. There's a Zulu word called Ubuntu. Ubuntu means that without you, I'm not here. So we are all, growing together. We need to support each other. So that is what is important. If we do not say, if we support each other, and the concept of inclusive growth will not make any sense, because economic growth, economic development does not make any sense if we do not make any change in the lives of the people. So that is why we need to work together, whether they are a poor country like Burundi, we have Chad, we have Niger, we have Ethiopia, we have Somalia, Eritrea. These are the poor countries. Doesn't mean that we need to take the support of those countries. There's so much Ethiopia can offer, for example, in cultural tourism. And if you look at the Christianity origin, you can find even the cradle of humankind. It started in Ethiopia. So we need to develop that kind of concept, work together hand in hand, and grow together. So growing together is very important. So I think from my side, Dr. Joseph, that all the governments, they need to come together hand in hand, work together irrespective of their economic status. Doesn't matter. Sri Lanka, for instance, such a beautiful country. And I'm not trying to flatter Dr. Suranga Silva here, but the truth of the matter, many of you visited Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka has got so much to offer. For example, Zimbabwe, and you have the Tanzania, you have the same number of tourists visiting Tanzania and Zimbabwe and also Sri Lanka. Doesn't make any sense. So if some country is attractive, they should attract more. They should also get more money. But we need to work together. So that is the concept I would like to emphasize. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Rene. You raised the point of how it's important to look at other ways, other types of knowledge, right? Other ways of looking at the problem rather than looking it through a Western-centric lens constantly. But you also raised the point about global cooperation. It's a good timing. COP26 in Glasgow is about to start. The globe can't agree on climate change, right? We expect them to all agree on tourism. Perhaps that's a big bridge to cross. But anyway, let's go to our final panelist, Dr. Huang at the University of Plymouth.
I think we are so experienced with the Zoom, but still so easy to forget the regulation. But come to UK and the climate change. And I know the discussion of the degrowth might not be the sensible at this stage, but I just think the pandemic taught us a big lesson, how we should deal with our nature environment. And the climate change meeting in Glasgow might be the good time to discuss the matter. And you provide a brilliant platform for me to finish. I think inclusive growth is not just for the developing country, but also developed country. And also we need to thinking about growth in relation to the environment we live, the natural environment we have. We only have one planet. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, panelists. Just one final comment. All of this kind of reminds me, and I was reading The Guardian the other day, and we're talking about poverty in the world and global poverty. And the analysis said that with all the wealth in the world, we shouldn't really have any poverty, right? So rather than, and the talk tends to be of countries in the global south having fewer children, this idea of population being our major problem. But rather than that, George Monbiot said in The Guardian, perhaps our biggest problem is not population, it's consumption. It's consumption and the distribution of wealth. We see much wealth hoarding in the developed countries, much poverty in developing countries, when really that's unnecessary. But of course, I'm a very optimistic man and sometimes rather silly, because these things take a lot of work. But I would like to conclude with what the UNWTO said about inclusive tourism in their 2018 report. And I quote, they said, an inclusive tourism destination works to maintain a growth path that include all people in its tourism system under equal conditions and over time. This approach, centered on social and economic sustainability, is compatible with and complements other initiatives that aim to promote environmental and cultural sustainability, as well as smart transformation or adaptation of a destination for universal accessibility. And that idea of universality, I think, comes from you, Professor Renner. You must have been reading my notes. But I think with that, I think we should conclude. Thank you very much. Thank you to the two researchers.
Dr. Joseph, with one point I would like to add before we close. As you indicated rightly, Dr. Joseph, that in order to end the existing poverty in this world, we only need $100 billion. $100 billion can be contributed by these top 10 richest people like Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and probably Bill Gates and so on and so forth. If they could contribute $10 or $15 billions of dollars, and we can end the poverty. These Millennium Development Goals, we had the first Millennium Development Goals 2000 to 2015, and thereafter we have the Sustainable Development Goal. We are not going to go anywhere actually with these goals. Even it will take 200 years for us to achieve that goals. They take only 15 years or 20 years, doesn't make any sense. These rich people or the corporate sector, even the rich governments, they must come forward. They must contribute that required $100 billion. Then we can develop a strategy, end the poverty, and live happily. Thank you.
Well, that's a challenge. That's a challenge for all of us on the panelists. Let's go and talk to the rich people we know and see if we can do something, right? But on that note, I'll hand it over to Professor Suranga if he wants to say something. But we have to continue this conversation in Sri Lanka next.
Thank you very much, Joseph. You have done a great job, and I am very, very happy about the input you have given from these panel discussions. And all the panel members take my sincere gratitude for everyone. So looking forward to seeing Sri Lanka if the COVID pandemic is controlled successfully. So thank you very much again. I'm sincerely thankful to you.
Thank you, Professor Suranga. Bonus Tuti.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Back to the control room. Good night, everyone.
Professor Joseph,
yes.
Thank you so much. I'm actually very happy. We are very happy. And the given insights, all the panelists, Professor Joseph, Professor Marina Ambrosio, Professor Venkat Rao, Professor Sanjay Nadkarni, Professor Ravindra Rana, and Dr. Ram. And we are actually very delightful, and we are very happy the comments and the thoughts what you all have shared with us. And those are absolutely wonderful for our students, as well as building a country like a developing nation like Sri Lanka. So thank you so much. And like Professor Suranga said, once again, we will invite you to share your thoughts and knowledge. And now we will be moving into the final discussion. That is actually the evidence-based research findings on resilient buildings and entrepreneurial innovation for sustainable tourism, lesson learned for global practices. So in this open forum discussion, I would like to invite Professor Francisco Vellas, University of Toulouse, France, Professor Dr. Oliver C.J., Fuyang Catholic University, Taiwan, Professor Maximiliano, Palmero University, Argentina, Professor Dr. Fiona Barkas, University of Lusofana University, Lisbon, Portugal, and Dr. Chandida Wadana from Canada. So this panel will be basically moderated by our guru, Professor Suranga Silva, and along with that, Mr. Madhushan Silva also there, and he'll be supporting to Professor Dr. Suranga Silva. So is one of the key areas that we need to address is the best practices.
So over to you, sir, Professor Suranga, over to you to continue this session. And I'm very much sure that it will be a kind of a hanging match, and it will be a kind of a debatable session. So, Professor, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sampath. You have been one of the great pillars for organizing this event. And I think we are at the last stage of finishing this one successfully. Basically, I think that we are going beyond the traditional conference usually happening here and there. I thought that this is the time we have to share the best practices, global best practices for by using the evidence-based research finding, specifically resilient buildings and entrepreneurial innovation for sustainable tourism development in Sri Lanka and other countries. So I think that what we have been seeing that most of the research we are doing and publish and get some ranking and everything, but we have seen that most of the findings are not being used by